some peace of mind, but TikTok said a gator drove a Jeep.
Together, as we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots, sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the petty express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the petty express. In a beautiful
Welcome, everyone, to the first televised Moquisition. The Commonwealth decided we're going to bring religion into this, and even my irreverent, blasphemous ass isn't going to actually step on religion, but for tax purposes, the Church of Mo can send a representative because by our checks notes, by our count, there have been many mortal sins against logic and basic compassion. So, may the odds be ever in your favor. I hope you have your emotional support in appropriate stuffed animals or carbohydrates. But let's get this started. We will try to catch up. We will be coming into the direct examination of Dr. La Posada over Zoom from yesterday, and hopefully at 1.25, it's not going to be too fast that we're missing anything. I can drop it down, but hopefully with the closed captions, we can kind of watch it semi-sped up and then get into today's trial. Now, looking a bit ahead, it does look like there is a delay in start today from what I've been able to gather while trying to do some editing. So that's kind of to orient you to where we are on our particular timeline. That's where we are. So thank you guys so much for hanging out and joining the Moquisition as it is televised. As it should be. Let's get into this.
Jury? Yes. Okay. They seem to have faith in us.
Oh, and before you ask, yes, this cloak, semi-formal, is from The Handmaid's Tale. I was this close to buying an actual Handmaid's costume, but I don't really think I look good in red, and even in a hellscape dystopia, I'm still wifey material in my own thinking. So it is my formal Moquisitioner, Beauquisitioner cloak. Um, although, why have a cloak with a collar without a hood? I just don't get it. But if you're wondering where I got my cloak, it's from the Handmaid's Tale wife costume. I knew it was going to come in handy at one point, Mr. Mo. I proved it.
For the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Members of the jury, I think we got everything fixed. So thanks for your patience. The next witness that's going to testify is going to be testify either by Zoom or teleconference, as you can see. I just want to tell you, this witness will be under oath, and you can consider her testimony the same as if she was testifying here live. Okay? All right. Mr. Rankin.
Yes, thank you.
May I swear her in?
Yes.
Dr. Lapisato, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending between the Commonwealth and the defendant at the bar shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Counsel.
Good afternoon, doctor. Can you hear me?
You're a little echoey, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just standing in the corner here so that everybody can hear you. Tell us your name and spell your last name.
Dr. Elizabeth Laposata, Laposata.
And fair to say that you have some issues that require you to speak to us today by Zoom rather than appearing in person as you intended to do. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Tell us what you do for work, doctor.
Well, I'm a medical doctor, board certified in anatomic and forensic pathology. So I have an active practice in forensic pathology where I review cases to understand how people get injured or how people die.
And how can you tell us your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from Bucknell University in 1975, cum laude with honors in biology. I went to University of Maryland School of Medicine, where I graduated with an MD degree in 1979. I did my 2 years internship at Johns Hopkins Hospital in anatomic pathology, which is the study of diseases of the body. Then I trained in St. Louis, Missouri, with a fellowship in forensic pathology, which is understanding causes of death and how trauma affects the body.
Do you hold any board certifications or any licensures in that field, doctor?
Yes, in 1983, excuse me, I sat for my board exams and became board certified diplomat of the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
And tell us your work history, if you would, please.
Certainly, since I became board certified in 1983, I've had faculty positions in St. Louis University School of Medicine, where I also was the assistant medical examiner for the city of St. Louis. I then moved to Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, where I ran the autopsy service at the hospital at the University of Pennsylvania. I had a faculty appointment there, a research lab, and I taught forensic pathology to medical students. I was also a city of Philadelphia medical examiner. After that, I was a assistant medical examiner for the state of Delaware. And in 1993, I was selected to be chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, which was a position I held until 2005 when I started my independent consulting practice.
So you've been an independent consultant testifying in courts and working on cases since 2005?
At my own business, yes, and certainly testifying on cases before that as medical examiners employed for the city of St. Louis, the city of Philadelphia, and the state of Delaware, and the state of Rhode Island.
Okay, and now you're independent on your own, as it were, correct?
But I am, as it were, yes.
All right. Now, did I reach out to you on the case of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy and ask if you would help us out by looking at the discovery of the case?
Yes, you did.
And you're here to testify today. Can you tell the jurors what you actually reviewed as a basis of your opinion for your testimony?
Certainly. I reviewed medical records, and I have a list here on Dawson Clancy. I reviewed the Office of the Medical Examiner entire file. I reviewed his.
Now, you guys are smart, mature, intelligent people, so I assume that you guys know yourselves. But while she is going to be mainly talking about Lindsay's injuries, there is going to be mention of perhaps a different opinion on how long. And we skipped a lot of this testimony from the medical examiners, but I did go back and listen so I could fill you in. But the defense is also going to challenge that Lindsay was actively engaged for 5 to 7 minutes with each child. From what I remember of the medical examiner There was conjecture that Lindsay basically spent the entire time until each child was no longer alive, making sure they were no longer alive, to put it as delicately as I can, by the Commonwealth. So Dr. La Posada is going to opine about that. And I do want to warn you that since we are behind, the Commonwealth does not react well to challenges to their narrative, and they show their asses. Um, so do be aware. And if you guys need to take a break or moxie break, or we need to, send them to work with Sarah Boone for a break, let me know. But this is going to get rough on Cross. So be aware of that.
EMS reports, his terminal hospitalization, the Duxbury Police supplemental narrative, Duxbury Police narrative, and his pediatric South Shore healthcare medical records.
Could I just interrupt you for a minute? I apologize.
Sure.
Just in the interest of time, rather than going through every single, let me ask it this way. Did you look at police,
Okay.
Did you look at police reports?
Yes,
Did you look at grand jury minutes?
yes,
Did you look at medical records for Lindsay Clancy?
yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what medical records you looked at?
For Dawson Clancy?
No, for Lindsay.
I
No,
looked-
no, not Dawson. For Lindsay Clancy.
Oh, yes, I looked at her South Shore medical records when she was admitted on the evening of January 24th. I looked at her Brigham and Women's Hospital records, and photographs that were taken of her and published in her hospital records. I looked at the Department of State Police Crime Laboratory toxicology report, crime scene photos of the bedroom, the outside of the house, crime scene photos, approximately 500 of them, grand jury proceedings, and photographs of the round exercise band.
How about medical records? Did you review medical records pertinent to Lindsay and her treatment by healthcare providers in 2022 into 2023?
Yes.
Can you tell us what records you looked at?
Well, I looked at her records from the post-injury records from South Shore Hospital, where she was first transported after she was found in the backyard of her house. And then I looked at her hospital records where she was transferred from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's Hospital.
Excellent. Doctor, in the course of preparing for your testimony here, did I direct you to a gentleman, a Mr. Drake, and ask him for help putting together a little diagram to illustrate your testimony?
Yes, you did. I gave Mr. Jeffrey Drake graphics.
Yes.
Under my direction. We put together some illustrations.
And you want to, we all know what it is. Could I do this now?
If you want to, is there any objection?
It's the
Other than-
prior
Yeah, so same ruling, that may be admitted. Do you want to pass out
Sure,
those?
that'd be great.
Yeah. Then just some copies of what was just introduced as the exhibit. It's just you kind of follow along with testimony. At the end, you can ask to pass it back for us. All set?
Yes, I think so. Thank you. Now, Doctor, first of all, you made reference to Dawson Clancy. Have you had a chance to review medical records and photographs and autopsy reports on Dawson Clancy?
Yes, on Dawson, Cora, and Callan.
Okay, okay. You have the children? One of the questions that I have is that of the photographs, the autopsy photographs that you
Frank,
would,
do you want to take that? It might be just kind of confusing with that. That's better. Then we can go back, when we get back to the charts, we can do that. Okay, thank you.
thank you. The autopsy photographs, did you have a chance to review?
That was masterful. Now, whether that was intentional or not, keeping up that picture that clearly shows a rational depiction of how Lindsay could have launched her, for lack of a more, for verbal expedience, but not disrespect, when she launched out of that window, having that picture up there, making rational sense rather than this weird amalgamation of like a Spider-Man parkour thing. It's It's not hard. It's Occam's razor. What is more likely given that you have a woman who has years and years of forensic pathology, you know, experience telling you that this looks like fall and land directly on the head versus some weird Spider-Man parkour accident gone wrong. No, internet, don't die on me now.
Do those, Doctor?
Yes, I did.
And in your extensive experience, have you had a chance to see autopsy photographs of young children, infants, adults, people being examined prior to an autopsy and, of course, during an autopsy?
Oh, yes, many, many, many.
Now, my question simply is, did you notice on the autopsy photographs of the children what, let's say, have been referred to as bruises to this jury? Are you aware of that testimony?
Yes, there were bruises consistent with active children jumping and running.
And how about medical treatment and procedure? Did you make any observations, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause, for example, on the infant's head, bruising on the head, what appears to be bruising?
Yes, on Helen, when he was in the hospital, and there are even photographs of him in the hospital, he had EKG or EEG, electroencephalogram, monitoring devices attached to his head so the doctors could follow his brain waves. And they are little round cup-like things, and so where they were attached, actually on both sides of his.
And thank you for being a member, Hellfish Haven. If Hellfish Haven has been, there are people that are just awesome people beyond being really talented content creators. And he would probably be blushing right now, but someone who's taken his own personal struggles and decided to share them and make sure that no one else feels alone, for him to look around and see that his fellow veterans and himself needed that, and then to step up and provide a place, that's pretty awesome. So I am just, to borrow a UKism, chuffed as all get out that I have supporters like Hellfish Haven and all of you guys. Now, Oni does bring up a good point. I am in the Midwest. I am currently reporting from an ARC. I do have Wi-Fi right now. But in all seriousness, I am up on high ground, but there are some pretty heavy duty storms that may be coming through. Now, it is always my intention to catch up and be on track to go into the coming week. So if we get behind in weather or emotions, because we go at our own pace over here, then we will catch up this weekend. But just to let you know, if you're new here, like the Chiron says, we have puppy kitten breaks, which are about a 30-second just breather. We have Moxie breaks. We have the punishment of forever being Sarah Boone's litigator. So we have all of those breaks if you need me to sprinkle them in. And also be mindful of your mental health. But do be aware of the weather, especially today, and just keep an eye on it if you're in a low-lying area that's already been saturated. Back to the trial.
Head, they did leave a small little brown kind of parallel mark, little lines there that were from medical treatment for monitoring his brain waves. He also had many puncture wounds and evidence of medical treatment in that way.
And did you also notice that?
And thank you, Sebastian, for the 50, I'm guessing Denmarkian money, but I could be very wrong, or Dutch. Thank you so much. And I am on my way to 7K. I could not have imagined it. And thank you for gifting 10 memberships, Hellfish Haven, and those went to Doreen World, T. Underwood, Catastrophe, love it, Madrilyn, Every Josh, Oksana Luck, or UK, O. Ashley, Polly, Normal Purebred, and Stig 62. Congratulations. Aha, I knew. Well, see, sometimes it tricks me because it could be Denmark or another place, and I have learned not to assume that I'm correct.
There would appear to be on occasion fluid that might be mistaken for a bruise.
That's possible, yes. If there is some liquid fluid that's a little blood tinged, you could see it on the surface of the skin, and it would be something you could wipe off.
So, for example, doctor, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the photographs of the infant that show what you say were the couplet marks on the area of the skull, they don't come from anybody squeezing, beating, pushing, or causing any injury to that child, in your opinion. Is that correct?
No, absolutely not, no.
Doctor, you also had a chance to review the medical records of Lindsay Clancy when she went to the South Shore Hospital and then subsequently went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you don't have to get into detail. We've heard it a number of times, but there were injuries to her left wrist, her right wrist, her neck. Is that correct?
Yes, there were sharp force injuries to those areas.
And in your practice as a pathologist, have you had occasion over the years and over the many cases that you have had involvement with to observe self-inflicted wounds to a person's wrist or their neck in the course of a suicide attempt?
Many times.
And can you tell the jury, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, as to the nature of these injuries, and are they consistent with somebody trying, in your opinion, trying to kill themselves?
Sustained.
So you would agree that there's
Again, Commonwealth, you have already here, since you seem to be unable to read the room, let me demonstrate in the most Crayola way I could, using inappropriate Hasbro toys for children. I do have them all. I am a Pokemon master of inappropriate children's toys. Somehow these make it through multiple marketing teams with the name, and I am not shitting you, Life on the Veg were the names of these hilariously ill-conceived children's toys to encourage children to eat vegetables. But to use these happy, good, or to go full highlights, gallant, goofus. Now, let me explain, Commonwealth. You, goofus, have decided this entire trial that you are going to call into validity whether Lindsay actually tried to delete by bringing up these wounds. So you have brought this up. You, right here, when you look around to find out who did this, you, okay? Are you following me still? Okay. Now, Reddington, gallant, good. Now, he is simply bringing on experts to thwart your ridiculous mortal sin against logic, humanity, and a functional brainstem by saying, yeah, those kind of look like not so significant wounds, but holistically looking at the entire picture, I think we can all say that without the intervention of modern medicine, she would have been successful in her attempt. Now, I said superficial! Superficial! It was superficial! She's a faker! Now, do you see how these two just do not add up? I legitimately do not have the crayons left to explain this to you. Legitimately, I'm running out of ways to explain how terribly this is assaulting my desire for an internal logic of any sort. Commonwealth. Thank you for allowing that detour into Puppet Theater with Mo. Look, this is a shitty case and we have to deal with it in any way we can, and my mind used puppets or stuffed animals of inappropriateness. Some people choose carbs. It is what it is.
injury to the left wrist, injury to the right wrist. That's a sharp inside wound. Is that correct?
Yes, they're cutting type wounds made by a sharp object such as a knife.
Okay. And how about the neck? Did that penetrate the fascia or did that penetrate the skin? To what degree?
Yes, there were also linear superficial incised wounds to her neck, and there were several of them, and one or two of them went deeper. There was bleeding also from the wounds on her wrist, and there were numerous attempts at cutting the skin, which we call hesitation marks, which are a classic finding in suicide attempts. And those incisions did cut in through the skin and cut blood vessels that were under the skin. And you can also tell from looking at the photos of Lindsay taken in the hospital when she was first admitted, and also when the photograph of her bedroom, you could see there was significant bloodshed event from those cutting injuries.
Now, did she also sustain an injury to her neck from your review of the medical records?
Yes.
Can you tell us what type of
Interesting thought, Wolfram. So I have several theories. Oh, sorry. Pulling a Machado over here. My digestive system would like to say something too. Just the different end, thank God. Oh Lord. So my working theory has been that they are just terrible at their jobs, or that there was some level of Snoke cloning going on and they didn't let it bake all the way. But my new working theory is that as humans, they kind of are sucking out loud. But positive note and A for effort, as reptilians pretending to be humans, they're doing kind of an okay job. I think I've been grading them on the wrong curve.
injury? And if we could, and if it assists the jury with you, you can make reference to the pages of the little report in the diagrams, page 4, 5, and 6, and tell us what we're looking at.
Okay, let's see. So are we ready to look at number 4?
Sure, yeah, start off with 4.
Okay. So
Just so you know, I think that's the first page that you have, so just.
yes, that's right. Yes, page 4 is actually page 1. Yeah. So what we have here is to show you how Lindsay was injured, and I got this from the scene photographs, from all her medical history, and my knowledge and training, understanding how injuries happen to the body. So if we look at the left-hand side of this panel, we see a depiction of the back side of the house, and the top window on the second floor is open. That's where she would have put her palms down on the windowsill and put her head out and precipitated down to fall on the hard frozen ground. During her fall, head first, she had cuts on her wrists which were bleeding, and her coming head down on the side of that building would then transfer some of that blood onto the side of the building, which was found in the same photograph. She then hits really head first, as her body descends that 13 or 14 feet. And if you look at so she really did a free fall dive head first. Then if you look on the right upper 2 diagrams that just show a skull, this illustrates the forces then that were applied to Lindsay's head from hitting the ground, and then her head bending a little bit. And what she got from that is what we call a characteristic burst fracture or a Jefferson fracture. And this is a fracture that we see with people who hit their head head on, like if they've taken a dive into a swimming pool and they hit their head on the bottom. It's a classic finding in people who have energy applied to the falling head. And what it does is that it takes the first cervical vertebrae, which kind of looks like a donut, as you see up there in the middle, and it squashes it. The base of the skull then squashes that. And then like a donut, it kind of spreads it out. And she had 6 or 7 fractures of that cervical vertebrae, number 1, the ring of that. And the fractures I have pointed to there with arrows. So that is called the characteristic Jefferson fracture from hitting your head.
And I think it's important because the Commonwealth has been very vague. Now, we did fast forward through medical examiner testimony just because a lot of this was stipulated, and we know that her wounds are catastrophic just by the very nature of what Reddington has listed. But these arrows are, this is an immense amount of force. So you have a fracture here, 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 and here. So 6 fractures, basically pancaking the vertebrae out, uh, almost exploding it. I very much like the demonstratives that the defense is using. They're complex enough to get across what they need, but simple enough to be clear. We only because the Commonwealth has now stated that Lindsay did not basically dive head first. She did this weird thing where she clung on the outside to the window seal, kind of like if this is the window seal like this from the outside, and then slipped as she was trying to land gingerly. Now, I know there are people that don't like Dr. LaPosada. I am kind of confused about that. I don't know if it's inherently because they don't like her work, because I find her to be a very, very good explainer and incredibly competent. But I know some people don't like her, maybe with her connection to Karen Reed and all of that. But I like the way she explains things. I think that this makes sense to my brain more so than whatever the Commonwealth is trying to prove that she spider clung to the side of the building. And Christopher Reeve suffered a very similar sort of injury. Gail, I believe that is another one of the things that Dr. LaPosada is here to kind of clear up, because there were we don't know if it does appear with the sort of diagram and the imagery that they're using. And let me put this to full screen. It does appear, and take off some of this. It does appear with the imagery that they are using with the diagram, and I know it's not as clear, that she didn't have very much outward trajectory momentum away from the building. So this looks like for lack of a better term, it seems like a dead drop. So it seems like she wasn't intending to go forward or have a more like a diving trajectory. It seems more like a just fall. Now they were able to mark. Now I don't know if they were able to get exact geolocation of where her body was, but based on photographs, based on indentation and snow being not there, and the window, they were able to make some of these calculations. Now, again, I don't understand math or physics, so all of this could be more demonstrative and not exactly explaining the physics. So I am open to the fact that maybe there is some wiggle room. But from what she has testified, from what she's explaining right now, this lines up with Lindsay's injuries more than a parkour Spider-Man hanging kind of situation to me.
Top of your head in a dive first position. So you could also describe it as a bursting type fracture. But you don't get any spinal cord injury from that because the area, the hole in the middle is pretty big. So it just crushes down on the sides and fractures the ring around the spinal cord. So that tells me immediately that she landed head first and went down the window, went down head first. Then the energy is transmitted then from her head down her vertebral body, down the bony spine. And that then fractured and compressed C1. The lower right-hand panel there puts that cervical vertebral body in the context of the rest of her skeleton. The left upper hand, we see her jaw, and then the C1 is pointed out there, and there are little springs there to indicate they were squished and compressed together and fractured.
Now, looking at the next page, which would be 5, does that assist us in looking at the illustration of the injury to the spine?
Yeah, so this is after her head hits, so she gets her head first, then there is some flexion of her body, and the energy from the impact is transmitted down her vertebral column. And what that did was it crushed the number of her thoracic vertebrae or vertebrae in the chest area, and actually made thoracic vertebral body T5 be compressed and move over the top of the lower vertebrae, and that is what injured her spinal cord. In the right-hand panel there, the yellow tube coming down is the spinal cord, and the thoracic vertebral 5 and 6 is pictured there, and you can see that her whole spinal column was compressed and it moved forward and out of place, causing her.
This is a lot of momentum, you guys. I know it seems, if I can go back just a moment and look at the graphic here, I believe it was 14 or 15 feet. You can get tremendous amounts of force with heights that you wouldn't think on the human body, especially with an unforgiving, hard surface. I know Hank Brennan is getting ready to go back and try Karen Reed again, but this, again, whatever you feel about Dr. La Posada, this is making sense to me. Now, perhaps the Commonwealth, in an odd roll of a 20, will have an expert that makes a compelling case for the Spider-Man parkour theory or hypothesis. But at this moment, Dr. La Posada is explaining all of the injuries in an easy to understand way. But it is very hard. It is very, very hard to hear. It is incredibly heartbreaking, and all of this could have been stipulated too.
Spinal cord injury. There were also injuries that are indicated by little red stars there, and those are fractures of the transverse processes of the cervical vertebrae. So when they were compressed, the areas where the joints are between the vertebrae were compressed and fractured those transverse processes. So she had a bending injury, and she also had a right posterior rib injury. You can see on the left-hand panel, her shoulders are also hitting the ground, and that caused a fracture of the right first rib in the back, and the flexion of her neck also damaged her thyroid gland and some of her voice box cartilages.
And if we look at panel page 6, can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Yes, this is the final resting position of Lindsay's body. Is documenting all the materials I reviewed that are on the left-hand side. So she is lying down on hard, frozen ground. Her clothing is wet. She has on indoor clothing. The time that this occurred, it was dark and no sun.
I very much appreciate, I know the graphic is hard to see. Let me see if I can blow it up. But I do appreciate how the graphic does kind of orient you in the scene, in the house, and how she was, because all of the crime scene photos that we've seen from the Commonwealth have not really given, and I'll admit that I struggle with kind of point of reference and where things are placed in a given scene, unless I have really clear diagrams or really clear pictures. So I do appreciate the defense and Dr. La Posada clarifying this. And have a wonderful lunchtime. Thank you, Wolfram. You are a wonderful mod, and hope you have a great lunch.
Temperature was in the low 30s, so she is going to be at risk of her body temperature going down, lying on that cold ground. In addition to, now that her thoracic chest spine is fractured, that has totally disrupted the thermal regulation of the bottom half of her body. So she is going to lose heat from the lower half of her body and to approach ambient temperature. So there she is lying there on the ground. Then if we go to the right side of that, this is a scene photograph showing the area where Lindsay's body landed. You can see on the right at the base area, there is some medical debris from the EMS emergency treatment. Then circled in or put in a red square is a little bit of snow that has some blood on it, which would correspond to her position lying down as we see it in the left-hand side there.
And, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, then the last bit here is a X-ray of Lindsay, which was taken in early February after she had surgical stabilization of her fractured spine. So this is looking at the side of her, and you can see the hardware, which they look like little golf tees going to the left side. So this is the surgical metal hardware that was placed in her spine to open up and align her spine to try to preserve any function that was still available.
Now, doctor, when she went to the Brigham and Women's Hospital, were you reviewing the medical records and able to discern that she actually coded as a result of her injuries?
Yes, she did. She was in spinal shock and hypothermia, and her heart did stop.
And did you observe that there were, and I quote, massive blood transfusions to treat her at Brigham and Women's?
Yeah, she lost a lot of blood around the muscles that hold the spine up because that was so damaged. So her hemoglobin and hematocrit and her red blood cell level was very low on admission.
And the final question I had, doctor, is as it relates to the records, it showed that she had a core body temperature of 82 degrees as opposed to 98.6, which we're accustomed to. Can you tell the jury, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, what does that mean and how did that happen? I mean, that's pretty low.
Yes, that is low. That's like, 16 degrees below normal. And so her low body temperature came from lying on the hard frozen ground, which would be 32 degrees frozen ground. She had wet clothing on. So wet clothing is going to transmit the body heat into the atmosphere quicker than dry clothing. It was indoor clothes. She didn't have a big parka on. There was no sun at that time to keep her body temperature up. The ambient or the air temperature was around 30 degrees. She has a thin body. And also, most importantly, because of that thoracic spinal cord transection, she lost the ability to control her body temperature below that level. So that means all her blood vessels just dilate.
I believe it might have been snowing or drizzling, or perhaps since there was some snow on the ground, it might have melted with her body temperature and then cooled back down as her body was unable to regulate. Uh, I, long story short, not quite sure, but those are my suppositions. If anyone in the chat knows and can help Granny Smith out, that would be awesome.
And they just lose heat to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much, doctor.
Brace yourself. The Commonwealth approacheth. Broomhelga appeareth like the Ides of March that we are all supposed to be wary of.
Spread.
Dr. Lapasada,
Jesus.
Yes.
you were head of the Rhode Island Office of the Chief Medical Examiner when it was cited for 10 violations in unsafe conditions, correct?
Yes, the unsafe condition was a light bulb out in a hallway, a computer in a hallway.
Oof. Oh, oof. 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 I would skip, but Dr. La Posada, she holds her own. This is not going to be a grieving grandmother. So it is a bit of a different dynamic. I would be more tempted to skip if it were sort of the punching down, but Dr. La Posada, do not mistake her sweet grandmotherly ways for a doormat. No, she gives as good as she gets, and she riles the hell out of the Commonwealth to the point that this heifer can't put on gloves. She's just so angry. So I don't want to skip that because we will skip the irreverent part where the Commonwealth decides to do an unholy theater act with the exercise band, totally contradicting direct testimony from Patrick Clancy, their very first witness, about how he saw and found the exercise band upon his children. Now, we will be skipping that because that is exactly the gross, disgusting stuff that I will not even dignify with anything more than condemnation and a mortal sin against humanity and intelligence, quite frankly, and your professional career. I mean, if you care anymore. Uh, but that's kind of how we're going to run this. Dr. Laposata can hold her own.
And a few other minor things. I was very happy to have the safety inspection.
Right, those were the unsafe conditions, but there are also 10 other violations, correct?
They were minimal. I don't recall now. It was 20 years ago.
You didn't treat Miss Clancy, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't examine her yourself, correct?
Correct.
Now, you talked about a Jefferson fracture and or a C1 burst fracture and how it can be from hitting the top of your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
Yes, God. Thank you. I needed this. I saw a clip of this on someone's stream, and I just need this like on a loop for my soul. It's like Homeward Bound, the incredible adventure, when you see Shadow limping like home, and you're like, oh my God, Shadow made it home. That's how my heart felt yesterday when I saw this, and my soul was like, the internet forsakes me now. But we're going to go back for that. Again, just in case you're counting Commonwealth, that would be a mortal sense against, well, a mortal sin against common sense. You're at like 60 billion. The Boquisitioner is here. You wanted to bring religion into this. Seems like you rolled a 1 on that particular option. May the odds be never in your favor, Commonwealth.
Your head, correct?
Yes.
Isn't it also true that you can sustain a burst fracture by hitting the back of your head or the top of your shoulders as well?
No.
You say that she fell from 13 feet from the windowsill onto her head, the top of her head, correct? Onto the frozen ground?
Yes.
And you're saying that she fell with such force that she burst her C1 vertebrae and then broke other vertebrae in her back and broke ribs, correct?
Yes, just the force of a free-falling body. Yes.
Okay. But she had no injuries to her head, correct?
I'm sure she had bruising to her scalp under her hair.
You're sure?
She did not have a skull fracture.
Right. She didn't have a skull fracture, correct?
Yes.
And just to point out, because it has been pointed out online for those of us who decided to slaughter Kittle's latest couch for their jacket. I mean, did you even change the basic shape of the recliner cover before you decided to wear it today? I just do not know. And I say this as a person who realizes she is wearing half of a cloak from a Handmaid's Tale wife uniform and a trinity of unholy satin bows in her head. But I at least didn't slaughter a Barca-lounger to make my outfit. So, PETA, do with that what you will.
She didn't have any cuts or things that needed.
Oh, the point I was trying to make is that Christopher Reeves had very similar presentation where he did not lose consciousness except for a very short period of time after the injury. He did not have any sort of bruising or head or skull fracture. Basically, what happened was the all of the impact absorbed at that exploded vertebrae. It did not absorb in the skull. Had it absorbed in the skull, her skull would have been obliterated. For whatever reason and physics, I'm sure they can explain it. All of the force got concentrated into that C1 vertebrae. It's not that hard. Even someone who shies away from physics and doesn't understand math gets that because of the dynamics and the momentum involved. Somehow it targeted that C1 vertebrae, and all of the energy got absorbed there. So her head, yes, might have been able to escape without a fracture. God, make it make sense. Dr. La Posada, you're our only hope.
Sutures, correct?
Well, she needed sutures in the cutting wounds on her wrist.
Well, we're talking about her head right now. She didn't need any sutures on her head, correct?
Correct.
She didn't have any large dents in her head, correct?
Large dents? What do you mean?
From hitting the frozen ground head first, there were no dents or bumps or...
Bless you, Reddington, for you are our spirit animals of our soul right now. If we could distill the level of disgust and over this man is at DEF CON, Danny Glover, Lethal Weapon 4, done and ready to retire from this bullshit. I mean, we rarely see people beyond Danny Glover level Predator 2, sweaty and scared Danny Glover, ready to retire. But no, this man has gone full, why is Chris Rock in my movie? Danny Glover, DEF CON 4, doneness. And we're all there with you, sir. Gail, the problem is that if the Commonwealth wanted to test the firmness of the ground or call anything of that nature into question, they had a chance in their case in direct. And they've basically given her line of question here where she said, she hit the frozen ground. She didn't have a dent in her head. She is already now presupposing and pre-taking in the assumption that the ground was frozen. So whether or not the ground was frozen really is a moot point at this point, because the Commonwealth has already taken it into her reality. So she's basically given the defense the point that the ground was in fact frozen, even if they want to call it into question later. Now, you can hold multiple positions at once. I'm a big fan of that. But you do have to understand that strategically, you have now given a point to Dr. La Posada and agreed with her general rationalization and internal logic, even though you're trying to discredit it. You're conceding ground when you should concede nothing if you really believe that she's a crackpot quack, like you are treating her. You should concede nothing if you believe she really is a crackpot.
Sutures required on her head, correct?
Her scalp was intact. The forces were transmitted to C1.
So through her head.
A very common finding when you go head first and hit your head.
So hitting the frozen ground, the icy frozen ground, not a bump or scratch or scrape on her top of her.
She just explained it. Holy God, the Commonwealth are the type of kids that would get me sent to detention because I would fully turn into Adam Sandler from Billy Madison. Today, Junior. Like, I'm gonna need you to find your way, Carmen Sandiego style, to the point. She just legitimately got done saying that the force was moved through the skull, transmitted to C1 where it stopped. Yes, in fact, it is not magic. It is not witchcraft. It is not, in fact, manipulation. Physics are a thing. Newton rules. What can I tell you? This woman is trying to hurt my soul. This woman, legitimately, that is the kind of student that would ask the question the teacher had just explained right after she just explained it. That was the only reason I would ever get in trouble until I learned to control my inner rage with humor, which, for mine enemies might not have been the best thing that could have happened fate-wise, but here I stand before you.
Head, and then within her head, there was no brain bleed, there was no hemorrhaging, there was no injury into her brain itself. Nothing showed up on the CT scans, correct?
Correct. Her brain was fine. Her skull was fine. I'm sure she probably had some scalp bruising under her hair.
You're sure because that goes along with what you're guessing at, how the...
No, she's not. guessing. You're guessing. She's using science to explain what you call magic. Someone save me. Someone save me. Gummy nerd, you are my only hope. This is a lot to put on a gummy rope, but oh my God.
fall happened, correct? You can't be sure because
No.
you didn't see the head, correct? You say
No,
you're
I
sure,
can
but
be
you didn't see her head.
I saw the medical records and I examined all of those. I'm sure she had some bruise on the top of her head to the backside, as I showed in my diagram number 4. I'm sure there was some bruising on her scalp under her hair, but that was not a major concern at the time she was taken into the hospital.
You keep saying you're sure there were bruises, that you're sure that there was this or that that's not shown in any photographs or medical evidence. So you're not sure, are you? You're assuming.
No, I'm sure.
Make it stop. Someone.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs here.
Excuse me. No,
No,
yeah.
let me show you. I'm asking the questions. Let me show you some photographs
go
here.
ahead.
Let me show you some photographs of the defendant that were taken.
I'm asking the questions. Yes, I'm essentially agreeing with you by stating my point again as you ask questions snarkily. I don't know what you just got from the last exchange, but I'm willing to go wherever you want to go, ma'am. Gotta love the subtle petty in that delivery of, okay. She's not getting bothered. The Commonwealth is getting incredibly bothered. And this is also another point. If you're going to be, and look, I get it, there's a double standard. It's not fair, whatever, we can fight about it later. But as a woman, a professional woman in a forward-facing public position, you should not allow your emotions to control you in a way that is visible to anyone, especially in a courtroom position. You are essentially in a debate where you shouldn't show weakness, and you are showing that you are angry. Oh, believe me, we are not going to be covering that. I find that, of all the talk of disrespect and how interpretations of this trial are jerky and upset and irreverent, the fact that you can't maintain your professional composure, madam, in your professional capacity when challenged with a thought that you don't like, which is essentially your entire job, and you cannot maintain composure, then you don't need to be in this arena. And I say this as a fellow woman, but you don't represent us well. Because for every one of you who shows her ass, we have to work all that much harder to be professional. The next person behind you, the next woman who becomes ADA, has to work that much harder to be professional because of your display here.
At the hospital of her head. Show me.
Is it covered with hair, you moron?
Whatever you want. Do it.
Showing.
Commonwealth, do you see anything that might obstruct the view of surface level bruising? Anything? Anything popping out at you? Now, it's something that one of you kind of lacks. So if you don't get the first hint, it might be follicular. What are you intending to prove? You know what? No, this requires unique punishment. Uh, Again, I don't know if I can double this punishment, but congratulations, you have been given Sarah Boone for the rest of your life. I hope you enjoy lawyering because the only way you will be able to do it, in my world, if I had any power, would be you are forever sentenced to Boone land.
Oh, Sarah, she won't forget. She's an honor roll and no regret. No tears have touched her lashes yet. She's scribbling like a Shakespeare vet. A lawyer came to plead her case, but fled that cell with lightning pace. They skimmed her notes, then left no trace, just vanished from that boon-shaped space. Oh, boon, boon, scribble away 100 pages every day. Your lawyers run, but that's okay. You got cheese and things to say.
I really need to change that last little banner to "You have been sentenced to Boone forever." I keep meaning to put it on my list, but welcome to ADHD. But as Gail is pointing out, her shoulders show, again, bruising or what appears to be bruising. Again, even if you don't like Lindsay, you can say that there are still significant injuries, but yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to see bruising on her head because of the hair.
You hear photo of the top of the defendant's head? No
Yes, I see that.
cuts, no swelling, correct?
We just see her hair.
There's no blood on the white sheet, correct?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you just asked me.
There's no blood on that very white sheet, correct?
Should there be bleeding inside the cranium? This bit here. Notice that this is kind of enclosed. So you could have bleeding from, say, your nose or your ears, but it is not required should you have bleeding inside your skull. Now, it could be, present, but it doesn't have to be. Thank you for this unlicensed medical explanation with a medical prop. This woman is legitimately herself a mortal sin against logic and brain function.
Well, I don't see what's under her head, but that's not relevant to understanding that she did fall head first.
Okay, so you're saying she fell head first from 13 feet onto hard frozen ground and had no visible injuries to the exterior of her head.
Yes.
And you're saying that she...
Excuse me, I'm
It was a
sure
yes or
there
no
was some
question,
bruise.
doctor.
Listen, hold on. Doctor, listen to the question. Answer the question.
Oh, good job, Broomhilda. Look like an absolute cahoon. Look like an absolute cahoon to, again, another very sympathetic witness. Do not understand how optics work at all. Dr. La Posada has not done anything to you other than disagree with your theories. You should not be in an emotional attack mode. Now, the fact that you are tells me that you are afraid that she's making your arguments look really, really bad. And you shouldn't show that.
And then we'll just go from there. Go ahead. Ms. Bragg,
Okay.
Ms. Bragg, you want to re-ask that question?
Doctor, yes or no, she fell to the ground, frozen ground, and then had no apparent injury to the exterior of her head, correct?
Correct. As we
And
see there.
she fell head first to the frozen ground and not with enough force to break several vertebrae in her ribs, but did not have a skull fracture, a brain bleed, or any.
It's not my fault that you didn't listen to Dr. La Posada when she was explaining that this is exactly how this happened, how the force was transferred from the skull into the spine. Now, I'm sorry that you couldn't put together how she was explaining. Now, fortunately for the rest of humanity, most of us got what she was throwing down. So this is more of a you issue than a Dr. La Posada issue, just throwing it out there.
Anything else, any other type of injury to her head, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Oh, hell no, she did not do a tooth suck like she just won something. Oh, you myopic inner eye. Your perceptive eye has glaucoma. And sincerely, from the rest of us, you're a total heifer. Is this where she gets the exercise band? Because I can't with her.
Move to put the photographs we were just showing into evidence.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
1682.
Doctor, in your report that you provided to defense counsel, you also talked about the strangulation of the children, correct?
We are going to go past this point. We know a human tragedy took place. And no, Matt Walsh, Jack Posobiec, and whoever else decides to flap their male mouth about this with no idea. And normally I don't preclude men from having opinions, but if you're going to bloviate without knowing the facts, you can remove yourself from the conversation or I'll mute you at this point. That being said, those of us who can show compassion to Lindsay that maybe do not know what justice looks like, whether it looks like a mental health facility or prison time or some combination thereof, can at least recognize that this woman was horribly mistreated and that the defense stipulated to all of this. We know a human tragedy happened. For the most part, most of us with functional brains realize that this was a human tragedy, and we aren't championing any of the tragedy. No, what we are championing is fixing a broken gosh darn system. And you should be on our side because because you at this point stand in the and I wish it stays for you for the rest of your life, but you sit in a position of unknown entitlement of being healthy, of never having to feel ignored by the medical industrial complex. So we are not going to give any air to this woman showing her absolute ass as far as the exercise bans, nor are we going to go into how the children passed. It legitimately is a human tragedy. It is heartbreaking, and we don't need the Commonwealth to remind us. We know. We have souls. We know.
To pump oxygenated blood into your brain, but it can't drain out through the.
Now, this is the cross. And honestly, look, guys, I would recommend. I honestly can't handle this particular line of questions, but I do need to make a comment right here. After she showed her ass, and Dragon's Gravy, thank you. I'm a guy. They don't speak for men. They do not speak from a healthy place. Or they do speak from a place of healthful privilege, which makes them ignorant of the struggle of complex patients. Absolutely. And I don't wish for their situation to change. But it doesn't take much to be humble and say, you know what, I don't know all the facts about this case, but it seems like a hot button issue. Let me approach it with humility and grace, and in a way that I would not be ashamed to show to my mom. Because as ridiculous as you think I am, if you think that I have been irreverent, I would sit down next to my mother, the person whose opinion has meant more to me in my life, and be okay with every single moment of my coverage in this case. And I don't invite my mom to watch my channel because it's not her cup of tea. She's not a true crimer. But I would sit down and defend everything I said to that woman, a woman I greatly respect, a woman who gave me life.
As soon as we can get the equipment down, we'll come right back out. We'll take the next witness. Okay.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
I did it. Did you read that? I did it. Again, ma'am, I'm going to need to remind you again with the carcass of the Barca lounge you're wearing. Congratulations on a successful hunt, my ma'am. This isn't a good look. I don't know if Moloch is telling you that this is a good look, if the voices in your head, I don't know, but this picture here so clearly, and I need you to understand, Commonwealth, this so clearly encapsulates your entire case thus far. Because even myself, even my irreverent and, uses dark humor ass realizes that at the end of the day, there is nothing to be won by this case. The only hope is that maybe we can fix a broken system, because at the end of the day, no matter what justice is, no matter what it looks like to you, those children are still going to be gone. But nothing encapsulates your unbridled, malicious joy in tearing down this woman so fully as to encapsulate your entire case than this one picture. And if you don't think the world is watching, that a certain type of female takes joy, utter, malicious, almost sensual joy in tearing down other women, we're noticing you. You've taken off your masks. And the next time you need the sisterhood for something, we're going to remember. And welcome, Nick Starro Raiders. We are catching up on yesterday. What we are doing is, if you guys want full gavel to gavel coverage, I would recommend Defense Diaries. I am taking out parts where, for no other reason, the Commonwealth has decided to show their ass. It is. Yesterday was a day that I think should live on in infamy with the way the Commonwealth behaved. And unfortunately, I don't see them learning from anything. So we are at 1.25. I do have the closed captions on. We are trying to get caught up, but I am anticipating some storms, so I'm going to stop talking. We are about to get to Dr. Zeisel or Zetzel. I'm terrible with phonics.
Rise, please, listener.
Notice in the record, we return back to the trial, Commonwealth versus Lindsay, Clancy, all parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Attorney Reddington.
Thank you. Call Dr. Paul Zeisel, please.
What happened is, you solemnly swear that the testimony you give, you should get the full and the jury, and that no time between the Commonwealth and the defendant shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Bennington.
Thank you, Judge. Afternoon.
Now, I have watched a bit ahead, and I very much like this man's cadence. He comes across to me as incredibly competent, proficient, and having lived life, which I think is a component of maybe being a clinician that does help. And I'm not dogging Jennifer Tufts on being a very new clinician. What I am upset about is not her being so arrogant that she didn't recognize she was in over her head. There is something to be said about the arrogance of youth, and there is something to be said about the wisdom of age if you use things as a learning opportunity.
Tell us your name and spell your last name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. Paul Zeisel, Zeicel.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
And briefly, what's the difference between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
A psychiatrist goes to 4 years of medical school and does a residency in a specific field in medicine. A psychologist goes to graduate school, generally 4 years, and gets a PhD or a PsyD, a Doctor of Psychology, in psychology. The difference in terms of clinical practice, psychologists are trained very extensively in counseling, testing, interpretation of testing, and that then continues to various treatment modalities, working with children, adolescents, couples, families, and it can extend beyond that. Neuropsych testing, issues of guardianship, child custody cases, and there are many variants in that. So psychologists are in the domain of treatment, testing, and evaluation of mental health conditions.
Can psychologists prescribe medication?
Generally know that the Department of Defense will allow psychologists in the military and overseas to sometimes prescribe medication, but 99% of psychologists do not have prescription privileges.
As far as the testing that you referenced, what is it you were referring to regarding testing?
So there's testing across various domains. If a person comes in with, let's say, concerns about intellectual functioning for a child, they would have a perhaps school psychologist or educational psychologist who would do testing on cognitive levels of functioning, or neuropsych testing, or testing that deals with issues of ADD, attention deficit disorder, or ADHD, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. There's other testing that would include, for example, forensic testing. That's the integration of mental health and the law. That requires a psychologist to know about the different types of forensic testing issues that might be there. So this would often be things that would be pertaining to deception, malingering, personality assessment, and sometimes sociopathy, or what's known in the DSM-5-TR, which you've heard about, antisocial personality disorder. In addition, as I briefly mentioned, guardianship, conservatorship, custody issues with parenting, risk assessments for certain jobs that individuals might have, working for government and top secret positions, police officers, military as well.
So, for example, some of the testing, what is the MMPI?
So, yes, it's called the Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory, and there are various iterations. There's MMPI 3, there's the RF. Some are focused on forensic assessment. It is a test that has been around since the 1940s, that was originally used to determine a sample the size of white men going into the military who would be good leaders. Today, the sample is based on a much more diversified population, including women and different racial ethnicities, and it's divided into two parts. One part has what we call a validity and reliability scale and a lie scale. Validity.
The lie scale, is that also referred to as the K scale?
Yes, it could be considered part of the K scale, and it's whether someone is being dishonest with the test, but it will change slightly because people on some tests, psychological tests, will want to come across as faking good. Some people will want to come across as faking bad. Faking good would be a mother whose children were taken away. She would like to get them back, so she wants to come across as the healthiest person there is. Conversely, faking bad is someone seeking a, let's say, a workman's compensation claim, and they may have a...
So It is interesting to note, and I do like that he explains the both opposing ends to kind of trying to cheat the test, because there are both polar opposites, people that want to cheat the test in a negative way, but people who also want to appear as though they're doing fine. And I hope that the defense really digs into this wanting to appear fine, this masking, and how competent clinicians account for this tendency. Maybe note that a patient might be prone to this kind of masking or defense psychologically. I hope they do go on.
Tendency to exaggerate the nature of their injuries.
So in this case, for example, forget about workman's comp. Let's talk about a murder charge. If a defendant submits to a psychological test, such as the MMPI, and the interpretation by a psychologist of the results of that test, if the person wanted to pretend that they were suffering from a disease or defect, would that test ostensibly be able to tell the psychologist that?
Yes.
Was it MMPI administered by the government's doctors on this case to Lindsay?
Yes.
Did that have a K-scale as to whether or not she was lying or exaggerating or malingering or trying to fake that she had some disease or defect?
Yes, it had a case.
And what were the results of the government's doctors' tests on the Minnesota multifaceted personality as it relates to the K-scale?
Objection.
Yeah, can I see counsel over here?
I'm not understanding why the use of the expert and the test, the Minnesota multiphasic that the state's experts used, if the K scale didn't indicate malingering, I mean, other than it being devastating for the Commonwealth's case, I don't understand why they're objecting. I mean, other than the obvious, this really sucks for my case. Okay, this is going to be a longer break.
Did you consider the results in the interpretation of that test?
Tammy, this is in Massachusetts. I believe it's in, oh crud. I want to say Fulton County, but I know that's wrong. It is near the city of Duxbury. So, but it is in Massachusetts. I don't know where it is in relation to Canton and everywhere else. I tend to be geographically untethered.
As part of your opinion for this jury?
Yes.
And to that extent, as you discuss whether or not somebody is faking or somebody is exaggerating, do you have an opinion based upon your review of the discovery in the case to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether or not Lindsay Clancy, in the course of that evaluation, was malingering or lying or exaggerating?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury.
My opinion in the testing of Ms. Clancy regarding the MMPI was that
Objection.
Just the doctor, your opinion, doctor.
she was not faking. There was no evidence of any malingering. She presented as an honest citizen.
Okay. Now, regarding your background, I may have jumped the gun. Tell us briefly what your educational background is.
I have a bachelor's degree from Queens College. I have a master's degree from Harvard University and a doctorate in clinical psychology from William James College.
And your career spans how many years, sir?
I've been licensed for 37 years.
And would you consider yourself to be a forensic psychologist?
Yes, I do.
And as you indicated, that's the interface between medicine and law. Is that correct? Forensic?
And mental health and law, yes.
Mental health and law, okay. In this case, your experience obviously is something somebody has to evaluate. Can you tell us your history as a psychologist? In other words, your experience that you've had in the field?
Yes. Well, in the field, I have, as a forensic psychologist, been involved in over 1,000 cases, testifying for both the Commonwealth as well as for Respondents' Counsel. I testify more for respondents or defendants these days. I've been qualified in every court in the Commonwealth with the exception of Nantucket because I've not done any cases in Nantucket County. I have a small private practice. I have done work with governmental agencies, a psychologist for the DEA, Drug Enforcement Administration, and I've worked as a federal contractor, as a vendor overseas for the State Department in Afghanistan.
How long were you in Afghanistan?
I was in Afghanistan from November 2007 to roughly mid-February 2011.
So for that 4-year period while you were in Afghanistan, what was the nature of your work?
The nature of my work was basically the equivalent through the military. The analogies with the military as a combat psychologist. I was embedded in the field. I would do evaluations, what we call critical incident debriefings. And when there would be multinational forces, and in Afghanistan, it was the ISAF coalition, International Security Assistance Forces. That would be countries that were deployed over there. England, Germany, France, Spain, Italy, Portugal, Romania, Bulgaria, Australia, New Zealand, a total of 38 countries. I could go on, but I'm not going to. And I'd be loaned.
But can you do that alphabetically? I think he could, which is freaking amazing. He'd be like Arizona, Alaska, Arkansas, that 50 state song that my brain cannot remember. Like I can remember the melody, but the states get all jumbled and they're legitimately alphabetical. But even then,
to various countries in different parts of the country to do debriefings after a critical incident, which would be what's called a TIC, TIC, troops in combat. I'd fly out usually on a helicopter, do the debriefings of the people who survived those attacks, engaged in those attacks, and ensure that they were stable enough to continue and, if you will, fit.
and on a side note, but a very important one, as a family member, proudly, of nearly everyone in my family has served. I was the only one to fail basic training. But as a person who also has friends that are veterans, thank you for your service, for helping out the people that, survived horrific things over there. I know there's a lot of veterans that are still battling demons that, are really big. But for this man to go over there and try to do what he could with his expertise, thank you. I know he was contracted, I know he was paid, but I still appreciate it.
For duty. I would also do evaluations on violence assessments, individuals who had problems maintaining their ability to function safely in a war zone where everyone carries at least one weapon, usually two, to ensure that they were able to be healthy for their work. And I would do various types of training and debriefing. I was also loaned out to other governmental agencies, the U.S. Marshals, the FBI, the CIA, and with each of those agencies, there would be various issues that were necessary. People getting hurt, people killing individuals who attack them. And when that occurs, as one would imagine, there's great trauma that goes with that. And these people were not necessarily negatively impacted in the moment, but we would make sure that they were healthy enough to continue their work. If need be, if they were psychologically impaired, I would be involved in helping get them sent over back to Europe, to Landstuhl, Germany, sometimes to Dubai, and help with individuals who suffer themselves with issues back in the United States. So I would have to do death note.
Now, I want you to juxtapose this with every single one of the experts that the Commonwealth have put on thus far. This man has shown more compassion, more empathy, more care for his patients than any of them. Again, I'm not picking on Jennifer Tufts because she's a new doctor, but when you asked her about the patients she had seen during her residency, she didn't go into, well, we had one patient that really sparked my care and joy. Not that she had to, but really sparked my interest in caring for postpartum women. I mean, we did see it with nurse practitioner Julie Paul, where she said, I was a midwife. I saw a need in my community. I saw mental health needs that weren't being, met in my community. I decided to start my own mental health practice after further education. And I think there is an inherent difference between, practitioners, clinicians who have been in life and ones that have only been in school. And I mean no disrespect. But I think there is a compassion and an ability to connect with people that maybe you don't get from a classroom.
notifications with the military. I would help with issues of conflict with other soldiers and contractors and agencies, dealing with all the issues that one might expect could come up in various parts of a war zone. I was often sent to what are called FOBs. Those are forward observation bases, generally about 100 people, more or less, in those bases, multi-international. And I was also sent to COPs, COPs, combat outposts, very remote, in the middle of nowhere, on mountainsides where you walk up goat trails just to get to where your small base is. And the billets were often cots and tents that were erected on rocks and no electricity, quite remote. And I was on many, many dismounted patrols with the belief that having a psychologist or someone psychologically trained to deal with what it's like to be in a war zone would be therapeutic, if not therapeutic, explainable and helpful. I did many of those events.
At some point, did I ask you to become involved to some degree in this case, Doctor?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury when that was?
I received a phone call from Attorney Reddington late in the evening on February 3rd, 2023. It was late because I was already in bed sleeping and the phone rang. It was about 11:30.
And without getting into the details, did I advise you that I was representing a young woman by the name of Lindsay Clancy and that she was severely injured and she was in a hospital?
Yes.
As a result of that, what did you do?
That next morning, I went to Brigham and Women's Hospital, went to the front desk where one would normally check in, and there was a woman there who I felt was a volunteer. I explained who I was. I explained that I was asked by Attorney Reddington to evaluate Miss Clancy on the surgical ICU unit.
Were you able to access her to speak to her?
Eventually, yes.
And when you say eventually, what's the time frame we're talking?
I was initially told I couldn't go. I had to wait 30 minutes. Attorney Reddington called the chief counsel of the hospital to enable me to have access to the unit where Miss Clancy was staying.
When was it that you were able to get into the unit to see her?
12:30 in the afternoon.
What day?
February 4th.
So it would be January 24th, 7, so this is almost
11 days
later, right?
Yes,
You're also aware that I needed a court order to get you into the hospital.
that's correct.
And were you able to ultimately get in the hospital, go to the surgical unit, and meet with Lindsay?
Yes.
Jurors have had a chance to look at photographs of her laying in the bed with tubes and wires and all of that. Is that what she looked like when you first saw her?
Yes. However, she was also with her right arm, as I recall, shackled to the bed with handcuffs.
So they're not little soft little things that tie her hands to the side of the bed with the handcuffs?
They weren't soft. They were regular, but appeared to be metal handcuffs that police officers and perhaps officers in this court use for detaining people and arresting people.
So,
they were not soft.
While she's laying in the bed, did she have the tubes and the wires for treatment in the emergency, the intensive care unit, I should say?
Yes.
Was she intubated at that point, if you recall?
She was not.
So she was able to speak?
Yes.
Was she able to move? Obviously, she's chained to the bed, so she couldn't get up.
She could not get up. She couldn't move below her sternum, the chest bone.
At that point, had you and I met and talked about this case at all?
No.
What was the reason I asked you to go to the hospital?
You are worried about her mental health, given the significant event that had just taken place a few days earlier. You were concerned that she had absolutely no ability to have visitors. Visitors were not permitted to meet with her, from family members to friends to a priest. No one was able to see her.
So as a result of that conversation we had, you went to the hospital, went into her room, and you were able to speak to her. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, if you recall, what type of law enforcement presence? Uniform, cops, guns, stuff like that. What did you notice?
I noticed literally outside of her hospital room were 2 state troopers in their blue uniforms, sitting each in a chair on either side of the doorway to Ms. Clancy's room, with a nurse sitting in the corner of her room.
When you went in to see her on that date, was it your understanding she had recently been extubated? In other words, they removed the tube from her mouth?
Yes.
And do you recall the conversation that you had with Lindsay at that time?
Yes, I did.
Tell the jurors what your memory is.
The conversation I had with Ms. Clancy at that time was one where I asked if she knew where she was. So I did what's called a mental status exam, a brief mental status exam. It's orientation to time, place, location. She didn't know where she was, wasn't quite sure what time it was. She knew who she was. And she told me that she remembers what happened, but it was very fuzzy and foggy. At the time, she had been on medication for the significant pain post-surgery while in that hospital room.
And during the course of that interview with her, did she express any concern to you about her husband, Patrick?
Yes, she did.
Tell the jurors what she indicated to you.
She said, since 11 days prior to my meeting with her, which would have been January 24th, 2023, she had no contact with Patrick. She wanted to know how he was doing. She wanted to know if she could call him and find out where things are with her and with him and how he was faring, and to just speak with him.
She expressed.
Now, I've seen criticism of Lindsay's thought process here. She's just coming out of surgery. She's on major pain drugs. So while it seems a bit off kilter and read the room, this is not at all. You notice he's not shocked by this. You notice this is in something that he's like, wow, that's really odd. So I'm going to take his professional, thing that while it may not read as normal or something that we would do, to him, it has its own internal logic. And I'm sure he'll explain it. But yes, just logically, just at the surface of this, his kids are no longer alive. How do you think he's feeling? And I have seen that general criticism by people who generally don't have enough function to light a wadded bulb. But it's not outside the realm of possibility when you consider all of the other factors, that she had been highly drugged, that she had just come out of surgery, that everything was fuzzy to her, that she had taken a copious amount of drugs in an attempt to end her own life, and then had multiple major body traumas.
Expressed concern about her family.
Yes, she did.
Did she express concern about what had happened?
Yes.
Did she ask you, or did you offer to her the ability to speak to her husband, Patrick?
She asked me if she could use my cell phone to call her husband.
Did she do that?
Yes, she did.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I told her we'd call. It would have to be on speakerphone.
And tell us about that conversation.
So that first phone call, I believe on the 24th, he did not pick up. She left a message. I did not leave a message. We then called back 2 days later on the 6th.
And after the 2 days had transpired and the call was made on the 6th, did she have a chance to talk to Patrick?
Yes.
Were you there?
Yes.
Was she still chained to the bed?
Yes.
Were the cops still outside the room?
Yes, not in blues. They were in civilian clothing, jeans, flannel shirts.
And tell us what she said to Patrick in your presence on the speakerphone at that point.
She had told Patrick that she loved him very much. She was unable to express a lot of emotion, but she expressed love for him. And she had said that she heard a male voice ordering her, telling her that she didn't have any choice, but she had to kill her children and then kill herself.
Now, doctor, have in mind your background, your career, did you tell Lindsay Clancy to lie or make that up and pretend that she was hearing voices?
No.
Do you have any conversation or any suggestions to her at all that she should say she heard voices or anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Why did you let her call her husband on your cell phone?
I let her call her husband out of human compassion.
As time went by, did I then, oh, by the way, you testified for me on other matters, have you not?
Yes.
We go back about 20 years
Yes.
and we socialized together?
Yes.
So we're friends.
Yes.
And as you worked on the case, can you tell the jurors what information you had access to that would allow you to continue with your investigation as a psychologist?
I had access to her clinical records. Many of that were discussed here. Emergency records, grand jury minutes, with the longitudinal nature of my evaluation, I had records from Brigham and Women's, South Shore, Spalding Hospital, and most recently, Tewksbury Hospital, which go back to, I believe, March 27th or so, 2023 till today.
How many times have you seen Lindsay since that day in January of 24?
So I've met with 2023. I've met with Ms. Clancy over 45 times since then. And that was at the writing and the issuance of my report to Attorney Reddington. That was in the middle of June. And I've seen Ms. Clancy since then 20 times probably, or 15, inclusive of being in this courtroom and sometimes meeting with her in the holding unit.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in Tewksbury Hospital many, many of those times, right?
Yes.
And you've had occasion to visit with her in the lockup to this courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And she's been treated very well by everybody, the court officers, everybody, is that correct?
Objection. Oh, this.
Yeah, sustained.
Well, you've had
I mean, okay, it isn't relevant, but Commonwealth, he's trying to tell you, he's trying to give props to your bailiffs and the employees here that are doing a professional job. Unlike you. So let the employees doing an actual good job get some praise.
chance to see her in the lockup, right?
Yes.
Why would,
No, overruled.
why would you see her in the lockup?
I would see Lindsay Clancy in lockup because the nature of presentation in this court has been gut-wrenching for anyone who would be exposed to such horrific.
Objection and move to strike. It's not responsive to the question.
Right. Can I see counsel here?
I'll withdraw it.
Right. All right, so that answer, Ladies and gentlemen, that answer is stricken.
In
Okay.
Tewksbury Hospital,
Yeah, but very much like that mortal sin comment, if any of the jurors have felt wrung out and emotional and in need of their own mental health support during this trial, boy, did that land. Boy, did that land. Because who's been bringing all of the incredibly difficult testimony forward? It's not been the defense. Oh, that. Again, it was stricken, but you can't unring the bell and you can't take the skunk out of the, the stank out of the skunk, so to speak. It's gonna linger.
have you had to see her to evaluate her in addition to your testimony for a jury?
Yes.
Why?
Because the nature of mental health is something that's not a static or what we consider historical piece of information. Static.
Oh my God, this is like rain to my barren soul. Wait, mental health requires observation and careful analysis and care and actually seeing the person. It's kind of a multifactorial, like people watching Olympics. Do go on.
Information means a date of birth. That's never going to change. Dynamic issues are things that are subject to change, like the weather, like your health, like your mood. So to do an evaluation for a case that Ms. Clancy's involved in, which is a triple homicide case, requires an examiner to ensure that she's competent to stand trial and that her mental health is stable enough to be able to go forward with court proceedings.
Is there an additional component, and has there been an additional component of her suicidal ideation since she's been in custody at Brigham and Women's and then of course transferred years ago to Tewksbury?
Objection. Approach.
Can I see counsel?
Yeah, it's not going well for the Commonwealth, is it? And again, he's just laying out the facts in his own way, and the Commonwealth is like, but he's making us look like jerks. Maybe that's the fact pattern, not this guy. Or this expert.
So, Doctor, while you're evaluating her, whether it be in Tewksbury or you're visiting with her here, her present state of mind is always an interest to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And in addition to all of the police reports, grand jury minutes, photographs, and things that you've described for us, sir, have you also had occasion to review all of the medical records without going through every one of them, dealing with Jennifer Tufts, Gelada, drugs that were prescribed to her, et cetera?
Yes.
Were you able to take a family history and a school history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you able to take a medical history from Lindsay?
Yes.
Were you concerned about her status as a woman who had recently had a child, Callan, in the spring of 2022?
Yes.
And what time frame was it that you were focusing on for purposes of your evaluation as to her mental state after having Callan, when she was postpartum?
The time frame started in roughly September 2022 through January 2023.
I believe it is the Bow lady. It is Bow lady who will be cross-examining this particular witness.
And during that period of time, you were aware that she had certain symptomology. Again, we could go through every single one of them, or we can just say, yes, she did express that she had symptomology. Jury's heard the evidence up to this point.
Yes, many times
And
to
did she
many
see
to other
doctors?
people.
Did she see doctors?
Yes.
Dr. Tufts?
Yes.
Was that the first time that she was expressing anxiety and her concerns about insomnia, and that she went to see Dr. Tufts and she was prescribed the SSRI?
Yes.
Okay. July, June, August of 2022. What was her mood at that point?
Her mood was waxing and waning at times, but struggling as well in common sense ways. Having 3 children, ages 5 and under, not an easy task.
So in the fall of 2022, when she went to see Dr. Tufts, that's when she was prescribed the first SSRI.
Zoloft, yes.
And that would, and again, when she had the second baby, that would be Dawson.
Yes.
Did she have also indicia, symptomology of anxiety and the symptoms that she had described that she required that she had to be placed on some medication?
Yes, she did.
What was that medication?
I believe that was trazodone, if I'm not mistaken.
When she was in nursing school, prior to that, was she placed on medication?
Yes, she was.
And that was because of public speaking nerves. What was the medication?
There were multiple medications. I believe it was propranolol, and I believe it may have been trazodone or Wellbutrin, but I'm not totally positive of that.
Do you recall that she was prescribed an SSRI when she was in nursing school?
Yes,
What was that?
that was Zoloft.
When she saw Dr. Tufts and she took the Zoloft, it was 25 milligrams initially. Is that correct?
Yes,
Was it increased?
it was increased to 50 milligrams sometime later.
And
Yes.
how did she react to that?
She didn't take the medication initially. She waited a few weeks until she started on the lower dose.
So my question was, how did she react to the increase in the Zoloft?
Poorly.
What does that mean?
It was not a therapeutic uplift for her. She didn't do well. She didn't feel better. By all reports from Ms. Clancy, she did not get better.
How about sleeping? Did she have any complaints about sleeping?
Yes,
What was that?
her insomnia got worse with the passage of time.
As September turned into October, it turns into November, around the time of Thanksgiving. Had she continued to seek help from medical health care providers?
Yes,
Answer is yes.
yes.
Who did she seek to get help from?
Well, the initial person, I believe, was her mother-in-law, Sue Clancy, and who was a labor and delivery nurse who knew people.
Who did she see as a result of Sue Clancy?
She saw, I believe it was Julie.
Now we are sped up, so it does appear that Reddington is jumping over him, but I do want to put in that caveat that we are sped up, so Reddington does have a tendency to kind of step on the statements of of even his own witnesses, but it's not as egregious as it appears. We are sped up.
Paul initially.
And what group was she affiliated with?
South for Perinatal Health.
Did Ms. Paul, nurse practitioner Paul, prescribe medication for her?
Yes,
And did she continue to deal with South Shore perinatal?
yes.
When at some point did she stop dealing shortly, a short period of time, with nurse practitioner Paul?
Yes, Nurse
But-
Paul left.
And why was that?
She got a transferred position. It had nothing to do with her patient load or
Well, she was transferred.
she was transferred.
Okay.
Yes.
So as a short period of time, she was transferred. Who was the next person that she dealt with?
Rebecca Gelada.
Did Rebecca Gelada have a particular position? Was she a nurse practitioner?
Yes.
And how long did she deal with Rebecca Gelada?
3 appointments.
And during that period of time with Rebecca Gelada, was she prescribed medication?
Yes,
What was the medication?
I believe it was Seroquel.
How did she react to that?
Poorly.
And as time went by, going into the holiday season, Thanksgiving, do you recall what her symptomology and complaints were to the healthcare providers at that point, whether it be Tufts or Gelada, anybody?
Yes.
What were they?
She had many concerns about her health. She wasn't feeling well. She felt out of touch with herself. She felt numb. She experienced disassociation.
All right, stop right there. What is disassociation?
Disassociation is a psychological construct that means you feel removed from your body. You don't feel in touch with your body. You feel different than the way you normally do. You look back at your life and you say, something is wrong with me. I'm not feeling the way I normally do.
Did she express, for example, when the jury was looking at the medical records on November 27th of 2022 to a nurse practitioner in Gelada, that she felt that she was out of her body and that she had a disassociated state?
Yes, and that's sometimes known as a just depersonalization. You feel removed from your body. You feel removed. You feel as if you are not in your full body.
Now, at that time, was she also complaining of other symptoms? And to cut to the chase, was she saying that she could not emote, she couldn't feel love, she couldn't feel happiness, she felt heavy,
Yeah,
she couldn't walk, she couldn't bathe, she had difficulty relating to people? Is that fair to say?
absolutely. She couldn't get out of the bed. She had total flattened affect.
Did she then seek additional help?
Yes.
Where?
She went to the, I believe, the emergency room initially at South Shore to go to Mass General.
And did they prescribe additional medication for her?
I believe they did, yes.
Did she make any expressions to her treating physicians up to this point about what in her opinion, what the medications were doing to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she was in a brain fog. The medications were making things worse. They were not helping. They were not helping her.
Now, as that time went on into the period of Thanksgiving up to around Christmas, did she continue to reach out to people for help, such as suicide hotlines?
Yes, she reached out to,
The answer is yes.
Yes.
Why did she call a suicide hotline?
she was worried about killing herself.
And did she get any help from the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about the second time she called the suicide hotline?
She was turned away.
How about when she went to the Women and Infants program in Rhode Island?
They told her she was not a good fit for the program.
Why?
Because she was overly medicated.
And did she continue to seek help from healthcare providers?
Yes.
And what was the next thing that happened as far as dealing with healthcare providers for Lindsay in her postpartum stage?
She went to the Mass General emergency room.
What happened there?
On 12:30, she said she needed to go to the hospital. She was at the emergency room. She was sent to McLean Hospital in Belmont, the Harvard-affiliated hospital.
Now that McLean Hospital, when you say was sent to, fair to say that even though they had to transport her, it was a voluntary commitment?
Yes.
And what was her state of mind that caused her to have a
Denise, as we finish up with this trial, I will be going through and looking at the civil trial because I have heard that the lawyer that's representing the Clancys in the civil trial is crackerjack. So I definitely want to get my head around what the civil case is going to be. That is a 700-page document, and I naively thought that I could handle this case and covering or just reading out the civil document, the civil lawsuit. But I am going to have to wait until this trial is over. But I believe it does break down in very clear detail the actual timeline, and we could make a calendar of her treatment, the time in each of the appointments, and kind of some of the notes and what was discussed. So I am interested in learning more about that, but I was a bit naive in how draining this trial was going to be.
voluntary commitment to the locked wards of McLean Hospital?
She was worried about killing herself, and she uttered concerns about killing her children.
How about, did she relate any intrusive thoughts, dark thoughts, things of that nature during this period of time, October, November, December?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
She said she had, quote, horrible thoughts, unquote. She felt that people could actually hear her thoughts. The thoughts were so loud that strangers could hear them. Sometimes.
Did she express at that point, for example, that she was concerned about school teachers with the Little Sprouts school with the kids, that they could read her thoughts and that she would lose custody?
Yes, it's called ideas of reference. You believe other people can hear what you're thinking, and that can have a very negative interpretation for the person believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have...
This is very important because all this trial, the Commonwealth has tried to use sort of everyday things, like she was able to go to a museum, she was able to make a phone call, she was able to, take the kids out, go to doctor's appointments, things like that, carry on a normal conversation without her speech being so affected that there was noticeable, that there was noticeable change in her cadence or her tone that clinicians would note, a slur, kind of slowed speech, or a pressured, really fast speech. So it is very important for the Commonwealth to use their experts to get across how episodic, how kind of on a spectra, and how you can have a diagnosis and still have good and bad days. You can still have days where you can maintain and look normal-ish, and then days where you can barely function. And it's very good that they're bringing this out, especially with a witness who is, again, he's personable, he has a lot of experience, and he's relatable. I find him to be an incredibly credible witness. So it's good to get these things that the Commonwealth has been misrepresenting out in the light and explained by a professional who seems to have a good rapport with the jury from all the things that I've been looking at on Twitter.
Believing that, feeling that, and thinking that the outcome is going to be a negative one, that their children may be relieved from their care.
Now, as it relates to the concept of a psychosis, can you tell me in 25 words or less what a psychosis is?
A psychosis is what's considered a major mental health disorder. It's when people have disorganized thinking, and the symptoms most typically are hallucinations. There are different types of hallucinations. 80% of people with psychoses hear voices. There are different types of voices that one can hear. Benign, get a glass of water. Benevolent, you're a good person, keep it up. Or malevolent, threatening them, telling them, ordering them to do something horrible, and you believe those voices.
Now, during that period of time, when she got out of the McLean Hospital, what medication was she titrating or getting off of?
I believe she's getting off the Seroquel.
Was she able to do that?
Yes.
Relating back to November 27th with the dissociative state, is that an indicia, is that an indication or a harbinger of psychosis?
Yes.
And is a psychosis, is that something that somebody would be suffering from a psychosis for a month at a time, 2 months at a time, or is that short periods, or how does that work?
People with psychoses have intermittent symptoms. They can function fine one day, and the next day they can be hearing voices. They could be seeing things, feeling things, smelling things. To be clear, those additional types of hallucinations did not plague Ms. Clancy. She only had auditory hallucinations, but hallucinations are like the waves at the beach. They come and go.
They're called waxing and waning?
Yes.
And would you tell me, doctor, in your opinion, is an individual, and we refer to postpartum psychosis, is that a particular affliction that afflicts women that have had babies and they go through a period of postpartum depression and then ultimately postpartum psychosis.
Yes.
Can you tell us, is a person, even if they are in the throes of psychosis, are they able to make a phone call?
Yes, you can.
Are they able to drive a car?
Yes.
Are they able to say, hi, Hawaii, I'd like to have a hot dog?
Yes.
They don't have to look at the unicorn in the corner, right?
Oh, Commonwealth. Allow me to I don't want to have to explain this to you, but I think you're gonna need the demonstratives again. Now, this is you, Goofus from Highlights, and Gallant Reddington. Now, Commonwealth, what did we do here? We decided to make fun of mental health by likening psychosis to seeing a pink unicorn in the corner. Now, what do we think that our Gallant is going to do with that when faced with a professional? Is he going to rub your face in the stupidity? Yes, but that's how we learn when we commit a mortal sin of moronacy. This has been your Beauquisitioner, Mo Break. Just to translate for the Commonwealth. But yeah, maybe you shouldn't throw out really, really disgusting 1950s Goebbels level understanding of mental health, like, you know, stereotypes that would be better in a black and white, you know, vault somewhere about mental health, and then not expect to be hoisted by your own petard relentlessly when faced with an expert.
That's correct.
Mr. Ring, it's 4 o'clock, so it's a good time to.
Sure.
All right. So members of the jury, we're going to,
Okay, now we are going to pop over to current day. Now, there was an extremely long break at the start of today. Now, I am not exactly sure why, and I have been trying to keep up with Twitter to see if there's any explanation from people that were in the courtroom, and as of yet, I haven't seen any. But that doesn't mean that they're not out there. I just I have muted quite a bit of people this week, and even people that I used to, you know, generally not mind if their opinions didn't line up with mine. Their hot takes on this particular case have been really upsetting to me. And look, you're allowed to have different opinions than me, but that's also why the mute button exists. Because I can know your opinion exists, but I can also mute it if it's bothering me. Now, we will go back to, I am not sure how much direct we still have with this particular witness, but as you can tell, there was a good bit of a delay this morning.
Back in session, maybe see.
all right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Court, all rise, please.
What in the chaise lounge did she go on safari and find a vintage velvet fainting couch to assassinate to make that what in the crushed velvet? No. And it's got puffy sleeves. Ma'am, you don't need any more bulk around your torso. And I say this as a person that has, you know, larger shoulders for my frame and doesn't even like look, ma'am, I feel your pain. I don't even like the ungodly, unassociated puff that is on this cloak. Okay? But you specifically chose this outfit. This came as a costume that I haven't had a chance to alter yet. Really? Everything in your closet and you decided to go demonic red with puff sleeves. Okay.
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is now in session, please be seated.
Good morning, everyone. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented.
And Tammy, I am dressed up today as the Beauquisitor. The Commonwealth has decided that they wanted to bring religion into this, and even my irreverent and eternally silly, unserious soul found her use of religion to be beyond comprehension yesterday. Now, I respect everyone's spiritual journey, so I myself could not, actually bring religion into this other than my own fake religion of the Church of Mo. So by the Church of Mo, the Moquisition will be televised, will be YouTubed, and I am your Beauquisitor. I am here because there have been mortal sins against logic and human compassion and professionalism. And if you wanted to bring religion into this, well, ask and ye shall receive. You're hot mess priestess. You worship the ground the quicksand and fault lines I walk upon. I have been summoned. Also, this is a cloak from The Handmaid's Tale. I did go on a costume buying spree for other things that will be coming later in the year when I get my energy back. I honestly was this close to getting a handmaid's costume, but I don't particularly think I look good in red. And to be honest, I don't know about anyone else, but even in a dystopian hellscape, I'm still wifey material. So I picked wife, and it came with a cloak. So, sold. But yeah, we decided to bring the Inquisition into things. Well, ask and you shall receive.
By Attorney Kevin Reddington, and the Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, members of the jury. Nice to see all of you. I appreciate you being here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go over the questions that are coming, and then what we'll do is we'll get right back into the case. So the first question is: any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source about any aspect of this case that would affect your ability to be fair and impartial? Next question: is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case that anybody needs to bring to my attention? Again, thank you so much for following those instructions. And so what we're going to do now is we broke yesterday. There was a witness on the stand who was testifying on behalf of the defense. We're going to return to that witness at this point. And so if the witness could retake the stand at this time. Yeah. Morning. Good morning.
I so hate her in light colors. No offense, ma'am. If that suit makes you feel beautiful, then you rock the hell out of it. But in my personal opinion, you look much better in darker saturated tones. But again, if that makes you feel badass, you stick with it, okay? I'm just saying, me personally, do not like you in bright pastel colors. You are an autumn, ma'am. Embrace it.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, you ready?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, I'm going to try to just redirect towards the interview that you had of Lindsay regarding her journey. On November 29th of 2022, do you recall which healthcare provider she visited?
I believe that Ms. Clancy saw Ms. Gelada for treatment.
That'd be nurse practitioner Gelada?
Yes.
Do you know what she complained on November 29th that her symptoms were?
She was having issues with unstable mood, depression, and psychotic symptoms of disassociation.
Did she also, on that date, November 29th of 22, complain that she had what is referred to as a flattened effect?
Yes, and that was also paired with derealization.
And what does that mean?
That an individual experiencing derealization doesn't feel things are real when they look around. They don't think that what they're seeing is in the reality that they're in.
Now, at this time, towards the end of November into early December of 22, she was living in Duxbury. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And she's living with her husband and her three young children, correct?
Yes.
And was the husband working?
Yes.
Where was he working?
Pardon me, Attorney Redding?
Where was he working?
He was working for Microsoft, but in a home office that was in the basement of the house.
And she's obviously taking care of Callan the infant and Dawson and, Cora.
Yes.
Right? And the kids were in school a couple of days a week in the preschool, the Little Sprouts or something like that, right?
Yes.
So did she improve at that point, sir, or did she end up going to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She did not improve. She was getting worse. She did go to the South Shore Perinatal Clinic.
And would that be on December 2nd?
December 2nd, yes.
And what was the reason, what were her complaints that brought her to South Shore Perinatal Clinic on December 2nd?
She felt that her brain was damaged. She felt that she should kill herself. And she's never going to get any better.
Did she also express fear that people could hear her thoughts and that anything adverse would happen in her life regarding being a mother and having children?
Yes, that's called thought broadcasting.
And what was her concern about the children?
Her concern was that when people could hear her thoughts, her children would be removed from her care.
Now, and keep your voice up, please.
Yes.
Did she indicate, and I quote, that she had bad and intrusive thoughts, and she didn't even feel that they were like mine, telling me I should kill myself, my brain is damaged, you're never going to get better?
Yes.
And did that type of intrusive thought or persecutory thought continue for a period of time?
Yes. So it got worse.
It gets so bad that she ended up doing something.
Yes, that's correct.
What did she do?
She called the suicide hotline.
And do you know when that was, sir?
That was December 4th, 2022.
Did she receive any help from the suicide hotline?
She did not.
Why is that?
They told her she did not meet the standard of care because she did not have a plan.
Did she call the suicide hotline again, if you're aware?
Yes, she did.
Do you know when that was? Was that in December?
Yes, I believe that was perhaps the following week around the 15th, but I'm not positive about that.
Did she receive help on the second call that she called the suicide hotline?
No, she did not.
Can you tell us at this point now, we're talking about in December, let's say towards December 15th or thereabouts, what were her symptoms at that time regarding any complaints or observations that she had about paranoia or things of that nature?
Yes. She was having paranoid symptoms of psychoses, and she was getting more depressed.
Did she make any comments about DCF or the police at that point?
Yes.
Now, to your knowledge, did she ever have any involvement in her entire life with the police?
Never.
And did she express that she was in fear or concerned about DCF and or the police in the middle of December 22?
Very much so.
What did she say?
She was worried that her children would be removed from her and that she would never see them again.
Now, at this point, what medication was she on? First paragraph, page 9.
She started to take, at that point, Seroquel, Remeron, and Klonopin.
Did she make any complaints at that point about the effect, if any, of
Yeah.
medications?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said she felt like a zombie.
Did she present with any particular medical observation that you refer to?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well,
Attorney.
paragraph 1 on page 9, you indicate she presented with anhedonia.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Anhedonia is a word that means without pleasure. When someone has anhedonia, they cannot enjoy life. They don't laugh. They have no pleasure.
Continuing on into December, what was her status of her condition of depression and symptoms of paranoia and intrusive thoughts, et cetera, that we've talked about?
It continued unabated.
On December 15th of 22, right before the holidays, did she go somewhere?
Yes, she did.
Where'd she go?
She went to the clinic in Rhode Island, Parents and Women's Clinic, partial day hospitalization program.
And she didn't get any help there either, right?
That's correct.
Did she go at some point around that same time frame to Mass General Hospital?
Yes, she did.
Now, you knew that she worked at Mass General Hospital for 9 years, right?
That's correct, in labor and delivery.
She wasn't there visiting friends, right?
That's correct.
Why was she there?
She was there in the emergency room to seek help.
Did she get help on that day?
She did not.
So after going to the MGH ER, at some point in December 30th, what did she do?
She went back to the emergency room at Mass General.
Now, for example, on December 15th, did Pat Clancy, her husband, get involved with her medical treatment?
Yes.
And do the medical records indicate that he did something with her?
Yes, he brought her to the partial hospitalization program in Rhode Island.
Did he also bring her to the Mass General Hospital ER?
Yes, he did.
Did he also bring her to see the doctor or the nurse practitioner, Gelater, and complain about the medication?
Yes.
So December 30th or 31st of 2022, she was admitted voluntarily to McLean, right?
That's correct, yes.
How long was she there for?
She was there till the 5th. She was discharged January 5th, 2023.
Was that a voluntary discharge? They cleared her as well to be discharged?
Yes.
That was not what is referred to as AMA, or against medical advice, right?
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, it's not AMA. It's not against medical advice. She was following hospital guidelines. She was discharged accordingly.
And she wanted to go to her daughter's some function?
She wanted to go to her daughter Cora's birthday party, which was held on the 7th of January.
Now, at this point, what was her status? Was she weaned off of medication or on her way to being weaned off of medication when she got out of McLean?
I believe so, yes. She was being tapered down on her medication.
And what was the medication that she was tapered down on?
I believe it was Seroquel and Klonopin.
Did her intrusive thoughts and the paranoia, did that abate? Did that stop?
Serena, I've seen different answer or questions to this, and I can only tell you based on let me give you a couple of objective reasons I have, and they might not all fit, they might not work, but these are some things that I've thought about because I asked myself the same question. And part of me wonders if, and hope isn't bad, don't get me wrong, but there is this thing that maybe I can will this into being better. And the fact that he might not have been aware, again, everywhere was downplaying Lindsay's symptoms. So you need to put yourself in the mindset that you are a husband who believes that his wife, even if they're struggling, he is being reassured by every single clinician that they're just one medication. They're just one little tweak away from getting his wife back. And that I'm sure he got the old, it takes 6 to 8 weeks for this to work out. And the sad thing is it could have been just him hoping that things were better rather than seeing the reality of her deterioration. And I'm sure that is something that weighs heavily on him. There could have been a touch of caretaker burnout, something that a lot of the Patrick Clancy done did it, people forget is even though that they were by all observable metrics financially comfortable, he essentially went from a two-income home to supporting an entire family on his own income. So from his perspective as a man, I know that Mr. Mo does see his job and take his job as provider very, very seriously. So, if he was more in the mind of being a good husband means being a good provider, then all of this emotional stuff, he probably thought, "I'm doing everything. I'm taking my wife to the ER. I have her on going to different doctors. I'm going to her appointments." And no one communicated how scarily, how terrifyingly it can go from your wife white knuckling through the day to full-blown psychosis, and how episodic and how she can seem to have it all together or at least be white knuckling it through, and then reality just slips, and unfortunately, these are the consequences.
It did not.
Now, when she was home in the month of January after Cora's birthday, which I think was on January 7th, did she continue to have these intensive, intrusive thoughts?
Yes.
Can you tell us, when we say intrusive thoughts, is she referring to intrusive thoughts like you might think of something coming up next week that's bothersome, or is this a indication, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what she was experiencing at that point in January of 2023?
She wasn't just having everyday thoughts that we all have, reminding ourselves to do something, which we make note of, and then we move on. Intrusive thoughts are unrelenting. They don't stop. They're what we call ego dystonic. You don't want them. They keep interfering with your ability to get through the day.
Did she have, at this point, intrusive thoughts continuing regarding voices in her head that she heard constantly?
Yes.
What were these voices saying to her?
They were getting worse, and they were telling her to kill herself.
And as January continued, she was, to your knowledge, using her computer to look up drugs and interactions and side effects and things of that nature?
Yes.
If a person is in a psychosis, or as I think you said, premorbidly psychosis, are they able to do things like look up things on a computer?
Yes.
And you're aware that she actually at one point looked up, can you cure, I think, a sociopath or a psychopath or something like that?
A sociopath, yes.
Is that indicative of her feeling that she is a homicidal maniac and has to have some help, or is that in the same time frame that she was Googling all of the effects of medications on a human being?
Is it an objection?
Yes.
Yeah, sustained.
So during the period that she was Googling, well, let me ask you, what was she Googling?
Googling words about sociopaths, sociopathy. Can you treat a sociopath? What are hallucinations?
What else?
Uh, Bear with me one moment, if you don't mind.
Well, you had a chance. Did you look at the Google searches that she had
Yes.
done that's in evidence and the jurors were able to look at it?
Yes.
Did she continue to Google the effects of medication, psychosis, numbness, heaviness, unable to, things like that?
Yes. All things that are related to the way
And if
she
a
was
person
feeling.
is in a psychotic state, are they able to continue to Google and use a computer to look things up?
Yes.
They're able to use a phone?
Yes.
They're
People
able-
who are in that state can do things that they've done before. New tasks may be difficult, like changing a tire. But if you looked up things on the internet, you can look them up again. If you drove a car, you can drive a car.
Now, the morning of January,
And I think that's very important distinction because I believe if any of these clinicians had tested Lindsay on her cognitive abilities, not questioning her intelligence, but her ability to intake new information and process it within a normal range of time, I think you would have found that her cognitive abilities at that time would have been greatly limited by her mental faculties. But and this goes for new things, but things that you can kind of, like when you're driving and you end up home, but you don't quite know how you got there. That's your hippocampus kind of taking over and allowing your mind to wander, which it should not if you're driving, but we've all been there. If you've gone through something and you've done it so many times that you're like, how did I even get done with this task? That's your hippocampus kind of taking over and running it like background processing. And your brain is really good at repeating processes over and over again, even if they're not good for you, bad habits. But intaking new information is really intensely difficult if you are having any sort of mental health, chemical, hormonal, any sort of problem with your brain.
24th, I believe she went somewhere. Is that right?
Yes.
Where'd she go?
You should take her daughter to a pediatrician, a standing pediatrician appointment.
And is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that a person who's in a psychotic state is able to drive a car for a short distance, go to an appointment and interact and talk to people?
Yes, they can do everyday tasks of living.
So the fact that she's not talking about the unicorns in the corner and she's not slurring her speech and she's not unable to walk, to your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, does that mean that she's not in a psychotic state?
It does not.
Would you tell us after she took Cora to the doctors and the jurors have had a chance to look at the exhibits, there's photographs between her and her husband, Pat, back and forth. In the afternoon, what did she do?
She built a snowman in the backyard with two of her kids.
Later in that day, Google directions to a restaurant, 3B restaurant?
Yes.
Is that something that a person can do when they're in that type of a state?
Easily.
Did the voices or the intrusive thoughts to your interview and your understanding abate or stop at that point on January 24th?
No.
Did they continue?
Yes.
And did she communicate by text with her husband about getting dinner and getting something from CVS?
Yes.
And what was it? Was it Pedialyte?
Pedialyte or Flexlax. It's a stool softener for her child.
And that's something that was prescribed by the doctor, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense that if somebody is in a state where they're having these symptoms, that they're able to remember that the doctor wanted the child to have Pedialyte and she tells her husband to get Pedialyte?
Yes, it does not interfere with that type of everyday living.
She indicated to you, sir, that that evening after the husband had, oh, by the way, was it your understanding from talking to her that the husband had taken trips, gone away for weekends, gone on ski trips, had brunches with his friends, and was out of the house on a regular basis?
Yes.
That night is when the children were killed. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we've heard repeatedly about the circumstances of the going out the window and the weather and the damages and the injuries and going to the hospital. Doctor, based on your review of all of the medical records, did you administer any testing, by the way, to her? Like you were talking about psychological testing?
Yes.
And what were the psychological tests that you performed?
Initially, I did a mini mental status exam, MMSE. It's just a common test
Wait a
about
minute.
orientation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. And NSE? What is that?
MMSE, mini mental status examination. Very common test.
Okay.
Demonstrating whether someone has a field of knowledge, who's the president, what direction should travel, and basic things like where are you, what day is today, who are you? And then I did another test as well.
What other test was that, sir?
That's the HARE psychopathy checklist, HARE.
And what does that do?
That's a measure of antisocial personality disorder.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon the scale that you use to assess whether or not Lindsay Clancy had anti-personality disorder?
Yes.
What was the result?
The result is that she does not have any type of antisocial personality disorder, also known as sociopathy.
In addition to reviewing the medical records and testing and meeting with her, did you also interview third parties?
Yes.
Is that referred to in the psychology as collateral contacts?
Yes.
And you reviewed and interviewed a number of people in her family or friends or people in her social circle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, sir, to a reasonable degree? Well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Mass General Hospital doing a major research program on postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And did they publish an article, a significant article, regarding the circumstances, symptomology, and things of that nature of postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that the symptoms of postpartum psychosis would be depression? Is that one?
Yes.
Did Lindsay, to your opinion, have depression?
Yes.
And were there indications from your review of the medical records that she felt low, flat, tearful, emotional, crying?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express anxiety, feeling tense, nervousness?
All of those things, yes.
Did she also express feelings that she was withdrawn, not able to socialize with people, wanting to talk or be near others?
All of those things as well, yes.
She indicate that she felt tired, heavy, without energy?
Absolutely, yes.
Did she indicate that she was having a harder time taking care of her children?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she was having issues regarding personal hygiene, not bathing, things of that nature?
Yes.
Did she indicate that she had severe confusion in actually hearing or seeing things that aren't there? In her case, it would not be seeing, that would be visual hallucinations. But did she complain of hearing things that weren't there, hallucinations?
Yes.
Did she complain of thoughts and beliefs that were not within reality and that she was in a disassociated state, out of reality?
Yes.
Did she indicate that, did you observe that there were circumstances where she exhibited increased energy, activity, productivity, otherwise known as hypomania?
Yes.
Did she complain that she had racing thoughts, a quote, busy brain, end quote, increased creativity?
Yes.
And when she said in your review of the medical records that she was having a busy brain, did she express the fact that she would get confused and that she thought her brain was damaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was she restless and agitated, unable to keep still?
Yes.
Unable to sleep?
Yes, extremely unable to sleep.
So can you tell this jury, sir, in your opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty based upon all of what you have reviewed, all of what we have talked about, all of what you have considered, as to whether or not at the time of this incident resulting in the killing of these 3 little kids that she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, such as that she lost substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her act, or in the disjunctive, was unable to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Yes.
Tell the jury what your opinion is, please.
My opinion is that she did have indeed a mental disease or defect. That's a legal construct, not a DSM-5 one.
Now, this is very important, and I do believe that this is going to be brought up again on cross. But these are the legal requirement that the Commonwealth has to overcome. Basically, the Commonwealth has to prove that Lindsay was within damn near, in the jury's opinion, to a reasonable doubt, all of her faculties as she did this, that she was fully aware of the wrongness of this, that, there was no defect. So I like that Reddington is going by the statute, because this will be, one of the last things that the statute and the rules by which they have to determine this are going to be some of the last things that the jury hear before going into the deliberation room. I think this is a really good idea on Kevin Reddington's part.
But she had bipolar disorder with postpartum psychoses. In addition, she was unable to conform her behaviors to the rule of law, and she had no appreciation.
No, in that anyone in the situation, from the parents to anyone else, they were trying to help her. They thought they had her under the care of professionals. We have the glorious benefit of hindsight, not living in the situation, and years and years of time to analyze all of this. No, I don't think her husband failed her. Now, I haven't dug into the Clancy marriage and, any of the kind of TikTok allegations, but in my opinion, no. No, he didn't. Caretaker burnout is real. New father worries, stresses, and obligations are real. Just as Lindsay was learning to adjust to 3 children, Patrick had those same adjustments while watching his wife fall apart. So no, I don't think that any of her family members failed her. I think that he had blinders on. I think that hope is a hell of a thing, and sometimes it can make us blind. Love and the hope and that everything will get better, does make us blind. But also the lack of knowledge, the lack of resources given to these family members to say, "This is incredibly serious. This can go from 0 to 60. You need to be on alert." They weren't given any of that. For those of us who have lived this or taken any time to research, yeah, this becomes apparent that these things can become incredibly dangerous incredibly fast. But if you're being reassured by the professionals that your old wife is on the way, she's going to come back with this prescription as soon as it gets to this level, and she's been able to white knuckle it. She's been able to at least present a functional-ish side most of the time. It's easy to get lulled by that. It's easy to get lulled by the hope that things are gonna change and be better. And I'm only speaking as someone who's loved someone who lost their fight to addiction. It's not reality that'll kill you. It's hope. And eventually you have to realize that you can hope and hope and hope that person will be able to fight their demons and come back to you. But until they want it, that hope is gonna kill you. at least in my personal experience, it was the hope that damn near destroyed me. In that situation. And I can only say that hope can make you blind. Hope can make you stay in situations and normalize situations that are not okay. So do I think he failed her? No, I think he was human in a really tough situation. And there's a lot of things that you can be blind to consciously or subconsciously when you're going through really tough situations.
For the wrongfulness of her act.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh, brace yourself. Oh, crap. Sorry. I genuinely am not narcissistic. I tend to be more of an auditory learner, so I don't always cue into the fact that my face is all you see. Or am I just egotistical? The world will never know. Okay, ma'am, for just because I am currently wearing 3 bows in my head right now. Now notice what's not sticking out on any of my bows. It's called the tag because I have class and I care about my appearance. And if I'm gonna wear the dumb bows, I will at least make sure that the tags aren't poking out. I mean, I don't understand why you continue to fight Annabelle for her bows and then wear them, but if you're going to wear them, please hide the tag.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So yesterday, when you first took the stand, Attorney Reddington asked you.
Holy God, has anyone taught this woman? Legitimately 3 ums and you haven't even formed half of a declarative statement? Work on yourself. I say this as a person who legitimately has more opportunity to unpublicly speak than you, but these word whiskers are insane. You need to stop with the ums.
A little bit about your background. Recall that?
Yes.
And you, in this field of being a psychologist and a forensic psychologist, you circulate a curriculum vitae where all that is outlined, right?
Yes.
And fair to say, you testified yesterday, and on your curriculum vitae, you speak briefly about the fact that you have previously testified for the Commonwealth, you said, as well as for the defense, correct?
Yes.
You referred to defendants and respondents, right?
Yes.
And so one of the things that you've done in the past is to be what's called a qualified examiner, right?
Yes.
You are currently not actively doing those examinations, are you?
I actually have done one, but I don't actively do that anymore.
Okay. And so in those respects, is that when...
Don't you hate it when a gotcha bitch just doesn't land? Aw, Broomhilda. What is this skirt? Dear God, what in the Paisley nightmare is this? What drum circle did she steal the tapestry from? I would, but I'm also trying to sneak in eating, so I would just put the counter at infinity at this point.
You say you testify for the Commonwealth, is that primarily the work that you would do where you say you testify for the Commonwealth?
Yes.
And in those evaluations that you do, is it fair to say that you're actually an independent contractor with a company that contracts with the Department of Correction on those cases?
Those are what qualified examiners are. That's correct. That's how you become a qualified examiner.
Sir, are you aware that you work with a company that contracts with the government? Okay, you guys, legitimately, no, dingus, sir. I would like to show you, no, Jess Machado, I am not losing weight to spite you. My cats won't let me eat. Legitimately, Dingus is looking at me like he will fight me for this, uh, plate of steak and rice. You know, I would love you. Sir, Sir Dingus, you are not even being subtle at both of you. He's like, no, I'm not here for your food. I totally love you, mom. But while I'm here and you do have food, no. Do- If you're wondering what diet plan I'm using, it's not Ozempic, it's Okatzik. Basically, just try to have any food around my pack of feral cats, and they will make sure that you only eat the portion that is dietarily recommended to you to be in a caloric deficit because they have decided that you are, well, sir, it's freaking like having the dragon over.
Through the DOC.
Right, and but an examiner, a qualified examiner, is retained or takes work in doing evaluations in order to perform independent assessments, are they not?
Yes,
So they're not hired by the Commonwealth.
they are, because the company that retains the qualified examiners is hired by the Commonwealth, and these forensic psychologists are then appointed cases to do these types of examinations. So it's under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
So yeah,
ADA, what would you say you do here? Are you aware of how any of this works? And yes, I am wearing my Bucky t-shirt underneath my cloak. Look, I'm multifaceted, but really it's just comfy. What in the hell am I watching here? So essentially, Commonwealth, your big guns, your opening salvo was, you're aware you're not actually a government employee. Well, actually, if you look at my contract, I am. Yeah, but that's like big government and we're like little g government. So you're not really government employee. No, I never conceded that. That is a distinction that you're making. Big umbrella, like, I'm not gonna dumb it down for you, but we're not your bosses, okay? Did you look in the mirror before you decided to bring this out as your opening salvo? Interesting.
umbrella Commonwealth, meaning Department of Correction, an agency that is under the seal of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But as far as when we talk about Commonwealth, like Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, that's the prosecution. In those proceedings, the Department of Corrections sometimes is the moving party, right?
Yes,
And sometimes it's the district attorney's office who's the moving party.
yes,
But it's never the defendant who's the moving party.
never.
And in those types of proceedings, sometimes if you opine a person.
What is the point of this questioning? I just want to be really clear that you don't work for us. And like, if anyone was to ever allege that we went to school together, like, you don't even sit with us in the lunchroom, okay? So I just want to be very clear that we are not besties, all right? What is this? I have said it before and I will say it again. Daryl Brooks was a more competent third-party intervener, pro se, for the record, run the record back, than this woman has shown herself to be a professional licensed attorney.
Is what they call sexually dangerous, you would testify for the Commonwealth, right?
Yes.
And if they're not, or if you find that they're not sexually dangerous, you testify for the respondent.
Yes, we're neutral.
So you're not
Testify with the
testifying
facts.
for the Commonwealth. As in the prosecution, you're testifying under the big umbrella of the Commonwealth.
I think it's a matter of semantics, because if you do an evaluation and you render an opinion that this patient is sexually dangerous.
Ma'am, you are actually being hysterical today. Do you realize that your job is essentially semantics, and this man is schooling you? He is using the dark arts of logic and being able to extrapolate information from random data points. You don't have the high ground, Commonwealth. Anakin, give it up. You are the chosen one. I mean, you weren't ever. You're more like Rey Soywalker, the disappointment. But still, you don't have the high ground. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Like this case, you didn't even have like your hands around it. I don't even know if letting it go is an action one can do when they never had a handle on the case in the first place.
When you testify, you are working with the district attorney's office and you review your case with the DA. And the way I see it is that you're testifying for the Commonwealth as an independent examiner, but on that day, you're testifying for the Commonwealth or that DA's office.
And you haven't done that work in closely a decade, fair to say.
No, that's not true.
Well, pre-pandemic, correct?
That's not true.
So when...
Again, ma'am, I say this, and normally I'm Sun Tzuing it and letting you step on rakes, but this is not the man you're going to be able to convince with your bullshit. This is not the droid you're looking for. This man is powerful in the Force. You are not equipped to win this battle, ma'am. I would suggest you kindly sit down.
When was the last time you testified for the Commonwealth, meaning the prosecution, in an SDP proceeding?
So I was assigned a case through Suffolk County, the Sexual Dangerousness Unit, by ADA, Kelly Ryan, Kelly. And I did that evaluation on July 2nd, 2026.
And have you testified at
July 2nd, 2026. Now, I would assume the Commonwealth would be aware of what the Commonwealth is doing in other localities. Fire your interns or have someone else do your research.
a probable cause hearing for that?
No, I wrote a report which was in lieu of testifying.
Where you opined that somebody was sexually dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. Fair to say, though, the majority of your work here in Massachusetts over the last few years is contracted with the Committee for Public Counsel Services, correct?
Yes.
And for the fiscal year of 2024, you were paid by CPCS in the open checkbook for approximately $340,000 worth of time and work.
That's about right. We get paid a fixed rate. It's a government rate that's assigned.
Oh, ma'am. Oh. Let's light a candle for this woman's salary and what she's actually worth, because I don't think we want to be starting any fights in glass houses, sweetie. What is the current amount that you're making, and how is that not considered absolute theft from the taxpayer? Oh, sweetheart, I really, 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 really just hope that you for your sake, I don't think, how much the taxpayer is getting bilked for services is an argument and a line of questioning you want to knock open. Because anything over zero in this point is highway robbery and Sheriff of Nottingham levels of corruption. in my estimation. The fact that they don't pay you in Liza Frank's smelly stickers at this point, and I'm somewhat alleging that they do in my own headcanon, but I don't think that we want to start talk about who's, stealing from the taxpayer for being incompetent. But I mean, it's your life. You do you. I'm just hoping your LinkedIn is up to date.
To all examiners.
And for the fiscal year of 2025, it was approximately $300,000 that you were paid through the Committee of Public Counsel Services.
That sounds about right.
You also indicated yesterday that you have known Attorney Reddington for a number of years, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say you've done quite a bit of work with him over the years?
That's an expansive term, but
Ma'am, this is what I'm talking about. This is not the Jedi. This is not a young Padawan. He is a trained people watcher. His favorite thing is to observe and dissect people legally and professionally. So not only does he understand exactly who you are before you've even gotten up to the podium, my dear, but he knows that you are trying to arrogantly trap him inelegantly. He is going to dissect every shaded use of language, every adjective, every way that you try to influence the narrative with your questions. I have said this before and I will say this again. This is not the witness you are going to be able to pull this off with without looking ridiculous. Again, Anakin, you do not have the high ground. This is Mustafar. If you'd like to get out of this without a back to tank, stay down.
Just requires a yes or a no.
Yes.
And you've also testified that you have your doctorate in clinical psychology, right?
Yes.
And you testified yesterday, or you told us a lot about your military experience. But as you sit here today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
and
don't
I was
have a
not.
deep-
I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
I am deceased. I need to go back. Oh my God. It's like the people that come into my comment sections. Are you a doctor? No, but I never claimed to be. Oh, when you go into a battle of wits unarmed.
Today, you are not a prescriber of medications here in the Commonwealth, are you?
I am not.
You
and I
don't
was
have a
not.
deep-
I was not yesterday either when I was asked about that.
Right. You told us all about your experience in the military and having that limited ability to prescribe years ago. But as far as you sit here today and in your evaluations that you do today, you don't do forensic psychiatry evaluations, do you?
That's correct. But I just want to clarify for a point of accuracy. I was not in the military. I worked for the Department of State.
I believe I said your work.
Oh my God. He knows exactly. So this woman demands that the world follow her very, very ridiculous narrative. He knows he's throwing off her game. This is psychological strategy. This is someone who has watched her and knows what throws her off her game. And if you're going to play dirty, he's going to play dirty too. And I don't mean this in that he's doing anything nefarious, but he has watched her. He knows what throws her off. He knows she's very, very easily rattled. And if you're going to question his integrity, game's on. Yep. Chess versus checkers. Yeah. Basically, do not play with a professional people watcher.
With the military, but thank you. So in here in Massachusetts, you conduct primarily you conduct evaluations in forensic psychology, correct?
Yes, for the most part.
and you are aware that there are particular standards for forensic psychologists working within the criminal justice system.
Ma'am, if he responds with "I wrote the standards," I would not be shocked, but also let me guess, he's gonna rattle them off by rote, and you're gonna look stupid. Let's see what the future holds.
Right?
Yes, but just to be a little more clear, forensic psychologists such as myself also work for police departments doing evaluations for fitness for duty. So although they're law enforcement, they're not engaged or accused of any criminal activity.
Well, I'm referring to your role when you come into the court and you testify as you are today as a forensic psychologist. That's what I'm referring to. You're aware that there are particular standards in place by the ABA criminal justice, mental health standards is one of them, right? You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines for forensic psychology?
Yes.
And fair to say that with those standards, they're not required, but people are encouraged to follow them, right?
I think that's fair to say.
And the criminal justice, the ABA criminal justice mental health standards actually identify the different types of roles that forensic evaluators have in the criminal justice system, including evaluating, consulting, and treating, right?
Yes.
And so fair to say standard 7-1.3 indicates that for evaluative experts, the obligation is to make a thorough and impartial assessment based on sound evaluative methods to reach an objective opinion. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And so, again, in the American Psychological Association specialty guidelines.
Hey, quick tip, Sister Sludge over here. Maybe if you're going to talk about psychological stuff, you should learn how to say it. You sound like you're battling phonics, and ma'am, look, as a dyslexic, I'm there with you, but you know what I do if there are words like judicial that just like my brain doesn't do? I practice them ad nauseum, and I still mess them up. But why can't you say psychological in a case where you are going to need to say psychological, psychiatric, physiological, physiognomical? You know, why is it that you didn't practice these words?
Section 1.02 indicates that forensic practitioners strive to be unbiased.
Anyone else getting that scene from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe where the White Witch is trying to say, I was there when the old laws were written, and Aslan is like, heifer, I was there when the deep magic was born. Like, don't talk to me. I have a feeling that this is going to somewhat end up with an Aslan like smackdown, like I was there when the magic was created, like Tom Bombadil. I am the firstborn. I was here before the songs. I was here before the stars. I just feel like we're going to get a Tom Bombadil slash, this she's hurting my soul.
And impartial and avoid partisan presentations of unrepresentative, incomplete, or inaccurate evidence. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a standard you strive to follow?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, you indicated that
No, ma'am, ham-fisted heifer over here, Mrs. Trunchbull. You basically ham-fistedly, with all the grace and finesse of again, you are supposed to be a verbal jouster. You are supposed to have the finesse of an intricate sword, a rapier wit, in theory. Now, you do realize that reading the standards and then implying that he was biased doesn't really actually prove it. It just means that you asked questions in a really ridiculous way that is going to be absolutely refuted when when Reddington gets back up, again, you could have questioned his knowledge of pharmacology. You could have questioned, does he have actual expertise, or where did he go for his information and education or research in postpartum depression, psychosis, and polypharmacy? She could have attacked any one of those actual legitimate things. But instead, she went, "Are you aware you're, like, not even supposed to be biased or something?" And then he says, "Yes, I agree, I shouldn't be." And then instead of being able to respond because she thinks she's going to land something, she just moves on like, "Okay, all right. I see that you feel that you are unbiased, but obviously we know you're not. Ma'am, you don't have the room. You don't have an army of the plastics behind you. You actually have to, when you lay down an allegation, an implication that this man has been, unprofessional, unbiased or biased, and is willing to risk his medical licensure, his place as a respected witness, and basically everything he spent the last 35 years on, you're going to need to come up. That is an extraordinary claim, and that would require extraordinary evidence. So you better have all the receipts before you attempt to tangle with this man and his professional career."
Been with the case since February 4th of the year 2023, correct?
Yes, 41 months.
And you've authored a report, you said, in June, I believe, of 2026, correct?
Yes.
But you've also offered other reports or updates of the defendant's condition over the years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you provided a report, an update, I should say, in July of 2025.
Yes.
Do you recall that? And in that report, you identify that as of July 23rd, 2025, that the defendant was residing at Tewksbury Hospital. Do you recall that? Putting
Yes.
that in?
Yes.
And that there was a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery.
I would love to know what his clinical observations of the DA are. Now, I know for gold water reasons and everything, but if I were to give him, if I were to ask him off the record, like, what is she suffering from? And obviously he, gave leave of all of his morals. And I would love to pick his brain about the psychology and pathology exampled and exemplared in the Commonwealth's presentation of this case, because I think it would be fascinating. But he has the look I have on when I'm deeply, deeply observing someone. So I would not be shocked if he is, if he's not deeply observing her in a clinical sense, maybe even subconsciously. But she is so off as far as reading the room and just skill level that she is fascinating. So I wouldn't be shocked if she isn't the subject of unique observation right now from him, and she doesn't even realize it.
Hospital, or Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital. Do you recall writing that?
I don't know if it was a plan. It was a hope and a goal, but it was not a official plan.
Well, I can provide you with your report if you'd like to review, but it reads, currently, Ms. Clancy resides at Tewksbury Hospital with a planned transfer to Worcester Recovery Center and Hospital.
That sounds right. Yes.
Okay. And that she is presently medication stabilized and is in the process of discontinuing most, if not all, psychotropic medications, demonstrating an emerging capacity to stabilize without them. Do you recall writing that?
Yes.
So in July of 2025, it was your opinion that she was stable and she would be, hopefully, as you say, transferred to a different facility, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that currently she's still at Tewksbury Hospital?
Yes.
And currently she's still taking psychotropic medications?
That's true. Yes.
Again, ma'am, if that was to make him mad that they're not following his, again, hopeful plan, he was very aware that they were not probably going to follow his treatment plan. If this was intended to trip him up or make him upset, like when you pointed out that Lindsay Clancy felt more comfortable with her mom watching her kids than her mother-in-law, you really just do not understand humaning. This man doesn't have the ego like you do. If you want to be an effective debater, you need to understand the personality that you're going up against. This man will not take, even ill faith questions of his job as a personal attack. He will simply explain them as he would to a dumb child.
I think you also write in that report, I'll strike that.
Thank God.
Going back to your most recent evaluation in June of 2026, you would agree with me that in an evaluation for criminal responsibility, being a forensic psychologist, it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your reports, correct?
Yes.
You want to make sure you get the facts right.
Wait a minute. In the most Admiral Akbar way I can possibly put this in Commonwealth, it's mostly because I don't want you to continue to waste my time with converting oxygen into babbling noises that you're making. But given everything you've put on in your 14-day case, do you really want to talk about lack of correct and accurate documentation? The fact that I'm pausing here means no. No, your expert sucked all the sack at documenting. Do you really want to bring up documentation? Jennifer Tufts is screaming in the background, like, please don't bring up my documentation. But sure, let's go to documentation. I'm sure this is going to end swimmingly for you.
Right?
Yes.
Because your evaluation is not just based on what you learn from the individual you're evaluating, but also an independent review, an unbiased review of the records of the facts. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So in your report, you indicate that the period of evaluation that you had with this individual is approximately 45 hours. Do you recall writing that and testifying about that yesterday?
I think I actually said I've met with her a total of 45 hours, but the evaluation was more than 35 hours, and I think it was 37 hours.
Okay. And you also said yesterday that in addition to that, you've met with her several other times for a total of approximately 60 times at least.
Not 60 additional times, but in total, yes, since the court trial has started a few weeks back.
Okay. Is that typical for you to spend 35 hours with a person that you're evaluating?
It does happen, but it's not typical.
You also indicated yesterday that one of how you became involved in this case is Attorney Reddington called you and asked you to go check on I think you said mental well-being. Is that what your
Mental
testimony
health or mental well-being at the time of her admittance to Brigham and Women's Hospital, which was roughly late January 2023.
And your first time there was February 4th, correct?
Yes.
Were you examining her as a potential patient at that point?
I was examining her as a colleague and friend of Attorney Reddington to see how she was faring. There was no predetermined notion whether I would be interested or willing or even offered the opportunity to take the case. I was just going to meet with her, given the fact that she was in a bed in ICU, locked to the bed frame, and no one was able to visit her.
And I know the Commonwealth, excuse me, is going to shade this as him showing favoritism to Lindsay, but God, doesn't that sound like human kindness? Doesn't that sound like human compassion that we wish Lindsay had gotten from the medical community before this happened? someone just worrying about her as a human. I get that you hate her, Commonwealth, and a portion of the internet does. But don't begrudge those of us who are willing, able, and compelled to offer compassion. It's not a weakness. It's not with utter blindness to what has happened. But the offering of human compassion, in my book, in estimation, isn't an erasure of human tragedy. It is the ability to see human tragedy and not want to add to it with judgment and hate. And just because I'm able to do that or other people are able to do that doesn't mean that we don't appreciate that this is a human tragedy.
So you went in to visit her.
Yes.
And when you went in to visit her,
And I don't know about you, Chad, but he's coming off as incredibly human. Now, if you're a very procedural type person, this might rub you incredibly wrongly. But for the most part, to me, he's reading as just a kind person who is coming off as incredibly good for the defense.
you indicated that she had recently been extubated in your testimony yesterday. You're aware from the review of the records that she was extubated on January 28th.
Yes. So the difference between January 28th and February 4th, I didn't know the date at that time, but I knew she was able to breathe on her own and express
And you're aware-
verbal language. Yes, expressive language.
You're aware that she had been communicating with staff at the hospital, including psychiatrists, right?
I don't know if I knew at that time, but I knew she had been speaking with the doctors and staff,
Well, a
but
person
not
who,
specifically who.
No, he didn't know that because he wasn't taking this on in a professional capacity. You were very clear to point out, and he was clear to define in what capacity he went to visit Lindsay at that time. So he would not have been aware because he hadn't decided to take this on professionally. And it wouldn't have been within his, kind of professional or ethical purview to look into someone's private records, to dig that deeply. He was there. He was asked by a friend and colleague to go there and, just make sure that his client was going to survive her hospitalization, to be very blunt about it, and to make sure that she, survived until trial. But no, she would not have been aware of her talking to, psychiatrists and other things because he had not at that point taken on in a professional capacity Lindsay Clancy or Kevin Reddington as a client.
a person who goes through major trauma and is at a hospital and has made suicidal attempts, in your opinion, it would behoove the hospital to have that person talk to a psychiatrist, correct?
Yes. Overall.
Yes.
Now, in addition to meeting with the staff and the psychiatry team, prior to your arrival, were you aware that she had an attorney that had came to visit her a few times? Not Mr. Reddington, but a different attorney.
Yes, I don't know how many times, but I am aware that there was an attorney, Gelb, who was somehow involved in the case.
Okay, so there was somebody that came in to see her prior to you coming in to see her.
Yes.
Now, you testified yesterday that you performed a mental status exam that day on February 4th. Do you recall that?
I do.
Where in your report or the previous report from July or your June report do you outline the results of your mental status exam?
There is none, because if someone's not capable of just explaining who they are, where they are, and if they're clear of mentation and thinking, then I'll meet with them. But if they're not, I won't. So
And to be fair, he should have documented and put down the status and report. Now, this is sort of clever, and he is able to explain why he didn't. And it does make logical sense, but the documentarian in me does want to ding him a little bit for not writing this down, especially given that he is going to be critiquing other people's documentation. But that is the only critique I've had of this man thus far, honestly. A- And it's ticky-tacky, and he is able to verbally explain his reasoning to a satisfactory point to me.
Say sine qua non. You do that just to make sure you can keep meeting with them and that they are able to understand what you're talking about. Standard practice.
But you indicated yesterday that she did know who she was, right?
Yes.
She didn't know where she was.
Yes.
But I believe your testimony was that she did remember what happened, but she was foggy as to what happened.
Yes, that's correct.
And she actually, according to your testimony yesterday, asked you for your phone or to access your phone to make a phone call. Is that correct?
Yes.
So she was able to communicate with you.
Yes.
She asked you for something and you clearly understood what she was asking for.
Yes.
And you indicated that she asked to call her husband, right?
Yes.
Had you spoken with her husband before that time?
I did not speak with him at that time. I didn't know him, and I had not spoken to him prior to that time.
So how'd you get the phone number to call him?
I did not have the phone number to call.
So she provided you with a phone number to dial so that she could call him on speakerphone, right?
Yes.
And she remembered the number?
Yes.
And so you indicated on that day, on February 4th, that she left a voicemail, right?
Yes.
So in that voicemail.
So the fact that she could remember her husband's phone number means that she was having no psychiatric issues. This woman.
Message, were you able to identify that it was Patrick Clancy's phone? Did it say, hey, this is Pat, leave a message or something to that effect?
I don't remember the salutation from the voice recording, but there was no evidence that it was not Patrick Clancy.
And as far as her confidence in the number, she gave it to you with no issue, did she not?
That's correct.
She didn't have her own cell phone to refer to, did she?
That's correct.
Or a pad of paper where all the numbers were written down?
She didn't.
You indicated that she left a message. Do you recall what the message was?
She expressed a love for him, wanted to know how he was doing, and that was pretty much it.
And again, you said that you didn't write down what the mental status exam was, but the fact that she was able to relay that message, was it clear and coherent what she was saying?
Yes, mental status exams are multiple levels. Different things are asked. If you don't know where you are, it doesn't mean you can't have a conversation with someone.
And she was able to have a conversation with you that day?
Yes.
Now,
Ma'am, you did not just make the point you think you made. What he's essentially saying is that you don't have to be oriented to place to understand and remember a cell phone number. Remember what he said earlier about cognition being more affected, but things that you've done a bajillion times not being. So her being able to remember Patrick's number, one of those things.
now, you said you went back on February 6th and met with her again.
Okay, I can't with her voice anymore. We have to get Reddington in here before my brain breaks. Oh, good Lord, how long does this heifer go? I can't with her. Dear Lord, someone bring Reddington back. Thank you, God, Reddington. Please make it all make sense.
Dinner with them.
Oh,
Patient
God,
accepted
no.
medication.
Dear God. All right, Reddington.
I'm sorry, this is the what?
The recording that was played, I move to enter it as the next exhibit, please.
All right, let's see what the recording was that she was so damned sure. I will be going back and all of these things that we have fast forwarded through doing them. But honest to goodness, I cannot anymore with her stupid today. She achieves nothing other than converting oxygen to carbon dioxide, and I'd rather get to a point where I can have Reddington make sense of the incomprehensible.
In the field of forensics, interface of science and the law, trial of cases, hiring experts, having people give an opinion that a jury is going to listen to. Confirmation bias means that the individual might want to help out the person that they're testifying for. Is that right?
It can be, yes.
So in other words, if you have a shooting case and you're a ballistics guy, and without the ballistics showing that the defendant's gun shot the victim, the government has no case. They may send an email to that witness and say, hey, I really need your help here. And that might influence them, right?
Yes.
Now, you got involved with this case, as you indicated, out of my request, obviously,
Yes.
compassion.
Correct.
The fact you had a young lady that was literally in extreme condition, emotionally, physically, you went to speak with her, correct?
I did, yes.
Do you care for her?
I do.
And is that a violation of the canon of ethics for professionals like you if you care for your patient?
Not at all. Within the ethical standards, it's also noted to do a appropriate and meaningful forensic evaluation. It's strongly suggested you develop empathy and rapport. And when you have those two psychological constructs, you get more information from the respondent. You do not cherry pick the information. You include warts and all in your report. That avoids confirmatory bias, and you avoid confirmatory bias by also not looking at conclusions that other examiners come up with when they render their opinions, and you do your evaluations independent of anyone else. You do it by yourself.
How many times did you see her?
At the time that my report was
No, right about now.
60 times.
How many hours have you put in sitting with Lindsay, either in the hospital or evaluating?
More than that, roughly.
And you have all of that information that you have brought here today to testify to this jury. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you confirmed bias? Are you not telling the truth just to help Lindsay out, or is this your opinion based upon your review of the records, your interview of her, whether or not you care for
Sit down, Broomhilda.
her or not?
Overruled.
I am telling the truth. She
Yeah. You can re-ask that question. That answer will be stricken.
So you can't tell someone you're telling the truth.
Oh, does anyone have a Sarah McLachlan song on tap for these Commonwealthers when they get done with the day? Because I feel like they're going to need to be in the arms of the angels. Um, oh. And this man sounds truthful. This man has been an oasis of compassion in a trial that the Commonwealth has done everything to take out human kindness and compassion from this trial. And if you don't think that this jury isn't soaking this man's compassion, his care, his genuine goodness up like a starving succulent, then Commonwealth, you think this is at all going to help you? Please continue to step on brakes like Sideshow Bob.
Okay, that's up to the jury to decide. Your opinion is based upon all of the times that you met with Lindsay, right?
Yes.
All of the documents that you've reviewed, all of this, all the exhibits, everything. You're aware of, right?
Yes, as well as collateral contacts.
And in the course of your treatment and evaluation of her,
Reddington, I love you, but for the love of sweet Pete, let him finish talking, sweetheart. I love you, but let the man, let your experts finish talking before you ADHD spout off again. Look, I say this with human kindness and the fact that I do it myself, but not everyone has that automatic fill that some of us ADHDers have, where you can automatically fill out what a person's going to say. Not always accurate, but we are bored and we would like to continue on with our thought. It is, and these are small critiques. Reddington has been on fire, but sometimes he does get just a little ahead of himself.
One of the things the DA asked you about is the request that we brought to the court for accommodations. You recall that question from her?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that the request that we had seeking help from the judge was that she not be chained to a van when she's brought into this courthouse
Objection.
for 5-week trial?
Yes, from Tewksbury to Plymouth.
And her medical condition with her paralysis and all of the rest of the bodily functions that you lose, that's a concern, isn't that right?
Very much so, yes.
And we also had to have the help of nurses that would be available in the event that there was any type of emergency issue, correct? That we had to
Objection.
ask of the court.
Overruled.
Yes, they're here every day.
So confirmation bias. Can you tell this jury, is your opinion based upon money? Maybe you like me, maybe you want to help her, or is that based to your best ability as a professional of many, many years?
Yes. Confirmation bias is coming up with a conclusion before you reach an opinion. It's in Latin, a
Commonwealth, oh Commonwealth, physician, heal thyself. I mean, if it were possible.
tabula rasa, a blank slate. You draw no conclusion. The conclusion finds you.
Sir, will you be my Yoda? I just want to sit in your presence and learn from you. Like, I won't even ask questions. I will just observe you to a weird level of observationality. This is exactly what you're supposed to do as an expert. You go in tabula rasa, blank slate. You bring blank slate, but not empty mind. And I think there is a clear distinction there. Blank slate, not empty mind.
And if you don't do that, you are at risk of having confirmation bias.
I'm going to ask you a hypothetical and see if the hypothetical fits within your understanding as an expert of confirmation bias. Let's say hypothetically that a young woman is involved in an incident such as this that results in the death of her 3 babies. And that young woman is paralyzed. And that young woman is in a hospital. That young woman is facing indictments for triple homicide. And the incident occurred on January 24th, 2023. And it's not until 2026 that the district attorney's office hires 3 doctors.
Objection.
Sustained.
Rest in peace, the Commonwealth's case. I've done it before, but it's a banging tune. Ma'ams, get ready for your all-expense trip, paid by everyone on the weird side of the court of public opinion. You have been adjudicated guilty of multiple mortal sins of moronicy. I hope you like your new client. You can't get rid of her. Do ignore the last screen, but hope you like her. She's a doozy, but you do have job security.
Oh, Sarah, she won't forget. She's an honor roller, no regret. No tears have touched her lashes yet. She's scribbling like a Shakespeare vet. A lawyer came to plead her case, but fled that cell with lightning pace. They skimmed her notes, then left no trace, just vanished from that boon-shaped space. Oh, boon, boon,
Does anyone else feel like we're watching the female Ralph Wiggum, if he became an attorney? Like, it's law and I helped. And then I'm in danger. I feel like we're watching Ralphie Wiggum's attorney at law.
Sidebar?
Sidebar, sidebar. Oh, Tumble Twins, you are not having a good day. Oh.
Court's in session.
All right, we'll be in a short recess at this time. Thank you.
Now, I believe we are going to be setting up here. We are going to pivot, I believe. Oh, no. Shortly, we are going to pivot to the witness who came forward from TikTok claiming that, I mean, they've done background checks and she was employed at the McLean Hospital and did have knowledge of staffing a year before Lindsay Clancy was a patient. We are going to get into her voir dire after this witness, I believe.
All right, we'll return now to redirect counsel.
Thank you. So as it relates to the concept of confirmatory bias, sir, in your opinion, with your experience, does the period of time within which an expert is hired by one side or another to evaluate a person and give an opinion, in other words, if it's a compressed period of time as opposed to an expanded period of time, is that one indication of confirmatory bias?
Objection.
Overruled.
It depends on the examiner and the situation.
And good on this witness, and good and honest to goodness, as much as I love Reddington, this witness doing what he's going to do right here, where he's not going to just blindly follow Reddington, but he's going to give a nuanced explanation, is doing wonders for his credibility as a witness, because the state has made, the obvious connection that you two are friends. Surely you would be willing to lie for him. And the fact that he's willing to disagree on the stand and give a nuanced approach to what his friend obviously wants him to say. Both of these men are intelligent, so he's not misinterpreting what his friend is asking him, but he knows, and he is ethical enough to say, I can't follow you on this one. It could be, but it also could be, a multitude of different things. And if you don't think that as a juror, I would be impressed with that, that would go to his credibility as much as anything else, and his, obvious expertise and compassion. This right here is doing wonders for his credibility, in my opinion, if I were a juror.
It can be, but individuals who pay attention to that concern should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
What does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better.
Oh,
Now,
oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, we're gonna need a moxie break. This expert just told the Commonwealth, like, obtusely, stay the hell in your lanes, heifers. Ooh, I'm gonna need a moxie break. Ooh, I am deceased.
I take it down. Woo! Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I take it down, minute and a half. Yeah. When the dock gets long and the tea is hot, and the motions filed are quite a lot. When the state says boom and defense says pass, that's when I call my mini ass so classy and sass. Woo! Oh, Moxie, the emotional support mini donkey, tiny but mighty, a courtroom honky tonky. If the trial goes sideways, she don't panic or balk, just a soft little hee-haw and a judgmental walk. Clip clop, trotting through the mess. Ears perked, hot, and out of rubble distress. When the facts get wild and the lawyers get snarky, I lean on my emotional supporters. If a witness says I can't recall, she side-eyes gently from the stall. If the sidebar lasts all afternoon, she hums a brave and slightly off tune. She's pocket-sized but bold of heart, a fluffy illegal work of art. From board down woes to verdict day, she snacks on hay and leads the way. Oh, Moxie, queen of the pasture class, small but ruling the law to grass. When the timeline spirals and things get funky, there's peace in a steadfast mini donkey. Clip clop, courage, fluffy and spunky. All hail the emotional supporters, Moxie. Oh.
All right. Thank you, guys. I need to hear that again. Doot, doot, doot.
Should maintain healthful boundaries and not have any confirmatory bias.
what does that mean?
It means stay in your lane.
That's better. Now, one of the things that the district attorney did is took the 7,001 pages of the records from Tewksbury Hospital and read excerpts from them to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Lindsay, after she was taken from South Shore Hospital to Brigham and Women's, then from Brigham and Women's to the rehab, Spalding Rehab, she ended up in Tewksbury. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Tewksbury's been very good. I mean, in your opinion, have they been good with her? And
Fantastic.
Fantastic. But nevertheless, that is still a facility that is a state facility, right?
Yes.
And the district attorney asked you about the plan to have Lindsay go to another facility, Worcester, I think it was.
Worcester Recovery Center Hospital.
Is that a relatively new facility?
It's, I believe, the newest facility in the Commonwealth.
And did we have Lindsay evaluated to have her transferred to Worcester Hospital?
Yes.
Was she allowed to make entry into Worcester facility?
She was not.
Why is that?
She was not allowed because she was not allowed because she has pending criminal charges.
That'd be this case here, right?
That's this case here.
And the district attorney took the 7,000 pages in one of the records and apparently went through them to the anniversary of the death of her 3 children, correct?
Yes.
Went through them to highlight each birthday of her 3 children. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your opinion, you've been in a lot of mental institutions and facilities in the Commonwealth and out of the state, correct?
Yes.
Is it your understanding to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the fact that a woman who is paralyzed is propelling herself down the hall from one room to another is indicative of anything?
Not at all.
How about the fact that her
I am so glad I fast forwarded through that. If you're new here, and I don't bring this up often or for any other reason than to tell you that I am a card carrying member of the Grief Club, widow variety to be exact. And I only bring that up to say that I'm part of the Grief Club and the Grief Club sucks all the donkey. But being able to function while going through grief, and whoever said that it goes away with time, needs to be tarred and feathered, allegedly in Minecraft, because no, it doesn't, jackasses. Uh, your life just grows around it, and it's a magic rock. It can be small as a pebble or giant as the world. And grief is a SOB, and you don't know sometimes when that boulder's gonna go from that pebble's gonna go from a, pebble to a magic boulder. So all that is to say that, I am living proof that, yes, you can function during extreme grief. You might not know how you survived. You might not even have clear memories of the years. But for all intents and purposes, you can white knuckle it through the first initial part of grief and ambulate. You disgusting humans, Commonwealth.
mother and father, who have been with her for 3 years and practically missed not one day of sitting with her and bringing her dinner or lunch, is that something that would be indicative of undercutting the fact that the woman was suffering from mental disease or defect?
That's indicative of love. And
How about the fact that she's talking to other inmates or people that are patients? And in your review of the records, would you tell us your opinion as to her level and degree of popularity, bluntly, in that particular ward?
she is extremely well regarded and well liked on that unit by everyone.
Overruled.
How about in reviewing the record?
Commonwealth, if you're going to slovenly and like a bull in a china shop open all the doors to bring up that Lindsay's so popular and oh my god, she must really just be a monster, she doesn't even care, like, oh my god, we went through and cherry picked a couple of these things and she didn't perform grief in the exact way that we demanded. And I also want to say something, if I can. And look, I'm not Cher, I'm not Oprah, I'm not Jesus. But as someone whose body and mind dealt with grief by essentially having it run kind of like a frozen lake or, that really sticky slime, for many years that I just couldn't, it was very opaque. Um, I would get flashes of feelings, but the amount of years I punished a 24-year-old girl for not being able to perform grief in the way the world wanted. Grief can look however the fuck it needs to look. And I don't know if you needed to hear the permission and God, I wish someone had told me that. But grief is gonna look however the fuck it's gonna look, and fuck off anyone who wants to judge whatever grief happens to look like for you if they've not walked or they're not a card-carrying member of the grief club. That's about all I'm gonna say about that.
Records, I didn't hear that she's laughing and partying and having a good time while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Did you see anything like that?
No, Lindsay Clancy has bad days and worse days.
And when you speak with her and meet with her, doctor, has she ever mentioned her children? Because apparently, according to the questioning that you underwent, she never talks about her kids.
She does speak about her children.
What does she say?
She really loves them and misses them and thinks of them every single day, almost every moment of the day.
And finally, doctor, I'm holding up what has been marked as Exhibit 1 or I don't know, for identification. Have you seen this before?
Yes, I have.
And in your dealing with Lindsay and interview with collateral contacts such as Patrick, do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's called the wish vase.
And what does that mean and what is it?
This is a vase that Miss Clancy and her husband purchased in Hawaii when they went on their honeymoon shortly after getting married.
Yeah, sure. See sidebar, please.
Fuck you, Commonwealth. Again, do you know this doesn't look good for you? This looks like you are unable to counter anything with human grace and kindness. And I swear to God, y'all will have to forgive me because the amount of the C word that wants to come out, we will attempt to watch this woman's recross, but we might just fast forward because look, unlike the Commonwealth, I am aware of the human tragedy at the end of this case and it not needing the tapestry of profanity that I want to add to this. It's almost like I have control and understand that my personal desire to score a moral victory on you, Madam Hoofmeister, is not as important as maintaining the dignity and atmosphere of this channel and respecting the victims and not letting my streams devolve into a tapestry of profanity. It's almost like you can do that as a grown-ass human adult woman. I mean, some of us can.
Very briefly, please, Doctor. How many defendants that you've evaluated for criminal responsibility have you spent 35 hours evaluating?
One other person.
And however, how many other defendants have you evaluated that you've testified that you care deeply for them?
I would say one other one.
And how many other defendants have you given press conferences about?
None.
And how many other defendants that you've evaluated have you gone back every day until the lockup to check on?
I was sequestered on all those other trials, so I was not even allowed in the court.
Now, you were...
Very interesting answer. And if you are an Olympic level people watcher, from that, there is a wealth of information. He wanted to be more involved. He was not allowed. So his natural inclination as a clinician is to build that solid rapport. And he was not allowed to in other circumstances. So what I take from that, again, given his other answers, and this is a person who is very, very precise and almost surgical in his word use, in the way he communicates, because it is so important that he be correctly understood to the person that is hearing him, if possible. If you are a people watcher extraordinaire, there was a wealth that was communicated in that particular exchange. But And I say all that because this doesn't look very good for the defense. This does look like he could possibly have, again, a deeper level of emotional connection that could cloud his judgment with Lindsay. However, the way he answered that statement makes me feel like he wanted to give this level of care and commitment to more of his patients and was not allowed to. And that's a very different pathology than someone who ingratiates themselves into a case because of a friendship or personal care. And fortunately for reality, most people are more nuanced than the Commonwealth.
Asked about confirmation bias and given a hypothetical about so if somebody was asked to examine a gun, right? You recall that
Yes,
line
I
of
do.
questioning?
Yes.
You were hired by the defense in this case, were you not?
Yes.
And as far as your conversations with the defendant about her children, you're also aware that she continually refers to this situation as my tragedy, does she not?
That moniker of my tragedy, that's just one of the things that she'll say.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Again, Commonwealth, you cannot cherry pick these things out. You have not been a reliable narrator. No one is relying on you for your version of the facts. So when you condescendingly go, my story, my tragedy, no one is taking your word for it. You have burned most of the public opinion bridges. The jury is not following along with you. And that's why this man is not bothered. He is able to intake all of this and realize that you are speaking for a vanishingly small minority of people who don't have access or the ability to intake the actual fact pattern in this case. You're ridiculous. All Reddington has to do is say, what are some of the other things that Lindsay calls this? This isn't the gotcha that you think you are. I legitimately didn't think I was going to say this, but Kathy Nestor would have been better at this point.
And what's the reason that, with the understanding of the court permission, that you go to the lockup and see her during this trial?
I go to the lock.
Sustained.
Well, while she's in Tewksbury, counsel kept referring to SID, SI. What is SI?
SI is suicide intention or suicide ideation.
In Tewksbury, excuse me, in Tewksbury, has there been a concern of suicidal ideation?
Yes.
And what, as a result of that, SI, as counsel kept repeating to you through the records, is her status at Tewksbury?
She's on a constant one-to-one to ensure that Ms. Clancy doesn't take her own life.
And that is somewhat similar to the reference in Brigham and Women's Hospital when you were talking with her that there was a nurse that was sitting in the corner of the room at all times. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Inferentially was able to hear any conversation that you had with Lindsay, right?
I asked those people to leave.
Thank you.
Counsel, can I see just one?
Are we getting a mercy ruling? Like, Commonwealth, please stop. Now, this is going to be the voir dire of the witness who kind of came to the relevance or the kind of radar of the defense by putting her own experience as a staff member in McLean Hospital on, I think, X or TikTok. I'm not quite sure. This is her voir dire. Now, she was a staff member that has checked out, but she did leave McLean Hospital a year before Lindsay was a patient. So I do believe that her testimony is eventually, not allowed, but it will be interesting to hear her kind of insight. I have seen her TikTok or X videos, but to hear her on the stand will be interesting.
Council, we ready to do the voir dire of Ms. Thorndike?
Thank you. She should be right outside.
Do solemnly swear that you shall make true answers to such questions that shall be put to the snark and
Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right. Attorney Reddington.
Thank you, Judge. Tell us your name, spell your last name for the record, please.
Emily Thorndike, Thorndike.
And what town do you live in?
I actually live in Brooklyn, New York, but I summer on Cape Cod. I'm spoiled like that, so I'm in
Okay.
Chatham.
So where do you live now?
Brooklyn,
But where you live? Are you
in Chatham.
Chatham?
Yes.
And what do you do for work?
I own my own therapy practice right now, so I'm practicing as a business owner and a therapist.
And what is the name of the business?
It's called Wise Mind Therapy Practice.
What is it?
Wise Mind.
Wise Mind?
Yeah.
Okay. And where is that located?
It's a virtual practice, so yeah.
And how long have you been doing that?
So I had my own private practice I opened that January 2023. And then this past May, I expanded. I hired somebody. So technically it's a group practice, but I've owned my own business technically for, 4 years?
So tell us your educational background, please.
I went to Dover Sherburne High School and I went to Hartwick College. And then I went to Boston College School of Social Work.
And what degrees do you have?
So I have my master's in social, well, I have my BA in sociology. I have my master's in social work, and then I have 2 social work licenses, I guess. You have to get one before the other.
Like I said, I didn't really delve deeply into her background. I tend to focus only, like I said, I do engage in the mono-hyper fixation. I very much, when I'm in trial mode, only want to look at things that are either going to be in trial or are already, potentially in trial. The internet speculation stuff, really, to me, I don't engage in. And it has its place as long as it's not hurting people or maliciously going after people. Do what you want. I'm not here to tell you what to do. But I tend to ignore all of it. So I am very impressed with her credentials right off the bat. She's a very clear, direct speaker, and I like that. So good. Both good. Like I said, it was hard to kind of get a gauge from her just from the brief sort of snippets I was seeing on X. So I'm impressed.
So I only go by a licensed independent clinical social worker. So, but you have to get it's very confusing. You have to get 2 licenses essentially.
You have those licenses?
Yes.
Within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Yes.
Now, your employment, can you tell us what your employment history was since I guess you got your master's at BC or something?
Since I got my master's at BC, I did my final year internship at McLean Hospital at their trauma program. And then once I graduated, got my MSW, my master's of social work, and then my social work license, I was offered a per diem position at that program. And I did that position for, I think it was 2 to 3 months. And then I was rehired. I went back to the short-term unit at McLean, which I had previously worked at.
So when you say the short-term unit, is
Yes.
that also referred to as the STU?
Yes, we call it the STU. It's just short-term unit. It's also referred to as AB1, which is admissions building first floor.
Now, are you familiar with this case of Lindsay Clancy?
I'm only familiar about it from what I watched before I was sequestered, but other than that, I don't know the case at all.
And when you say what you watched before you were sequestered, what
Yes.
does that mean? What did you watch?
I think it was not this past Thursday, but the one before that. I'm not going to recall the date off the top of my head, but that's when, you had told me that I'm sequestered and to no longer watch the trial or consume any of it.
So what were you watching?
I had just been watching like the day to day, like the live stream and just, yeah.
Why is that?
I'm interested in the case. I honestly got into sort of watching trials from the Karen Reed trial, and then I wanted to watch this case. And obviously, I worked at McLean, so I was curious to watch it.
And when did you work at McLean?
I started there in 2014, and then I left there in December 2021.
So how many years is that?
Oh, 7 years, 8 months, I think.
And what was the nature of your work? What'd you do?
I started as a mental health specialist there, which I think you can sort of try to summarize as those are the counselors are sort of directly on the unit with the patients. Our main role is to keep patients safe, really. So you're doing a lot of safety checks. You are putting eyes on patients to make sure they're not trying to harm or kill themselves. And we do crisis intervention. So when those things are happening, because they do, we are the ones to intervene. And unfortunately, there are a lot of restraints that happen on those units, and that's one of our main jobs.
So the STU that you refer to, are there a couple of them at McLean? Or?
So I'll try to explain it. When I first started there in 2014, it was one unit with 28 beds. During the time I was there was a renovation. They expanded the unit. It's a little confusing, but in 2016, I believe it became two separate units operating the same way. So there's short-term unit north and then there's short-term unit south. And now south has 22 beds and north has 23. So that's why you'll see like, AB1S or, so they're the same unit, but there's a south side and a north side, if that makes sense.
When you were working in that particular unit, is that the same unit that Lindsay Clancy was in for the 4 to 5 day period?
Yes, I worked on both north and south for a significant amount of time.
And for all those years that you worked there, did you work days, nights, weekends, holidays?
So days and evenings, I preferred the evening shift, but you're supposed to do both, day and evening. I didn't do night. So
What is up with the smacks, the mouth sounds? Why can't we do words without the smacks? Oh, this woman's trying to hurt my soul. I don't mind her ums. It's the smacks that are going to take out my earballs.
sometimes you get mandated and you have to work an evening and a night shift, which is always pretty brutal, but I was day and evening.
Now, how about the staffing at STU, your experience?
So there's always I can sort of start with the week, I guess. There's always 4 mental health specialists and 4 nurses during the week for the day shift. And then in the evening, it's 4 mental health specialists and 3 nurses. And then there's 1.5. It's hard to explain. There's at night, there's 3 mental health specialists, and then there's 1 nurse on north and 1 nurse on south, and then there's a nurse that goes in between at night to help both sides.
And how many beds are in the north and the south?
North is 23, south is 22.
And which one was Lindsay in?
South.
Are you familiar with the Code of Mass Regulations or regulations that mandate or require certain staffing levels within that particular unit, the STU of McLean?
Yes, like the Department of Mental Health regulations.
Can you tell the judge what your understanding of the regulations from the DMH would be on staffing?
Yeah, so the Department of Mental Health has to oversee all of the mental health facilities in Massachusetts, and they have specific requirements for safety regulation, for staffing ratios, how the unit has to be set up. You know, for example, there was a renovation while I was there to adjust handles on a sink because you could use it to harm yourself. So DMH, there's usually an annual or biannual inspection, and they will go around and they will look at charts, they will look at the unit, so they oversee everything.
And they mandate how many doctors or nurses or safety people would be on a particular unit?
Yeah, they definitely have those requirements.
And what's your understanding of those requirements?
I believe, I don't want to say, I'm not sure exactly. Like, I know McLean follows those regulations, but I guess there's potential that McLean might go higher than the ratio. I'm not sure. So you have to, at minimum, have a certain amount of staff, but I'm not exactly sure on that.
So are you aware in this case that McLean forwarded to the district attorney's office and the court certain discovery
Yes.
indicating how many doctors, nurses, and
Yes.
safety workers? Did you have a chance to read that?
I did.
All right. Is it your understanding that the requirements of the DMH and minimum staffing on, well, let's say on weekends and holidays, for example, does that change year to year, or is that pretty static?
It's never changed. I mean, it didn't change from when I was there and with that document. So I guess that goes to what, 2023 it was. So that was how it was when I started. Well, I guess one caveat, when it changed from a 28 bed unit to 22 and 23, there was, different numbers, because with 28 patients, you have to have, a certain number of staff. But so since it's been 22 and 23 patients on those two units, the staffing has not changed from when I started there and from that document that I reviewed.
Now, you indicated that you, because of your interest, were watching the proceedings on this case.
Yes.
On what, YouTube or something? Or
yeah, whatever
TV?
you can. Yeah.
And you had the occasion to hear the cross-examination of Patrick Clancy by the district attorney, is that
Yes.
right?
You mean the direct?
I'm sorry?
The direct of Patrick
Sorry,
Clancy.
you're right. It's been a long week. Okay, direct examination. And the focus was on the fact that when Lindsay went into the hospital, it was on New Year's Eve. Is that correct?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And that she was there for that holiday weekend, and I think the following Monday was a holiday?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard the direct examination of the district attorney asking about McLean being number one hospital in the country, McLean having all of these services available to the inmates that are in there, treating them, offering all these fantastic programs on the holiday weekends and the holidays, as opposed to what Patrick had testified to. Did you see that?
We re-asked that question. I think I understand, but.
Okay, when you were watching on the television.
Yeah.
You saw, or the computer, you saw the questioning of the district attorney of Patrick Clancy.
Yep.
You heard Patrick Clancy make reference to the fact that his wife admitted herself into the STU on the holiday weekend, New Year's.
Yes.
Was there all that weekend.
Right.
Into a holiday.
Right.
And the district attorney then questioning Patrick inquired as to whether he was aware that it was the best hospital in the country, that there were many doctors and nurses and staff available and programs available, and Lindsay wasn't interested in any of that, right?
Yes, that's what I took from it.
Now, in your 8 years, however many years of experience you had, is that what your understanding was in that unit?
No, that's not what I was understanding. No.
So tell the judge what your understanding was from your experience, hands-on, day after day, working in the STU for all of those years.
Right.
But you also were a supervisor of the STU at one time.
I actually wasn't. I became a social worker there. So I guess you could, one way to look at it is that, the social worker and the psychiatrist, you are the treatment team. So you're making all the decisions for the patients. And so the nurses and the mental health specialists, I don't like to create a hierarchy, but they are operating underneath you. So in a way I'm supervising, but I was never a direct supervisor.
Now, you came out with a TikTok or
I did.
A reel or whatever you call it.
Yeah, TikTok.
And would you agree with me that
He's like, you use one of those small TVs, one of these TVs. You did one of them thingies, one of those, previews on the TV, one of them commercials, right? As a fellow neo-Luddite, being forced to slowly interact with Skynet, I feel you, Reddington. I feel you.
You were pretty angry when you did that.
Yeah, definitely emotional.
So tell the judge, why were you emotional when you did that TikTok?
Well, it's a lengthy TikTok. It's about 10 minutes. And I was emotional because I felt like what was discussed in court was not aligned with what my experience was. I noted several things. I'll try to summarize some of them. There was mention that there's individual therapy on the unit. There is not. There was mention of seeing a doctor every day. I felt like there was some misleading of that. You do see a doctor every day, but on the weekends and on a holiday, it's one doctor who's seeing all of the patients. The meetings can be as short as 1 minute. Many patients decline those meetings. And the doctor who's there on the weekend and holidays is seeing 23 patients. So I felt it was misleading to indicate that there's sort of a in-depth doctor session when it's very brief.
How about programs that are offered, like making things out of clay and crayons and stuff like that?
Yes, there's clay on the unit. It's called Model Magic. It's a non-toxic kid. It's it's advertised for kids, but it's on the unit. It's in the nursing station. It's out on the unit. There is a lot of coloring. There's a specific group that I saw in the documents I reviewed called Music and Mandalas. Mandalas are basically adult coloring books. The designs are kind of abstract. You could compare it to like looking through a kaleidoscope or something, and you color them in. And Music and Mandalas is a group where you play music and the patients color.
So you understand from watching the proceedings that you became emotional over is that Lindsay went in on New Year's Eve with some fairly serious symptomology. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Patrick indicated that they were, quite frankly, pretty bluntly disgusted with the help and the care that was allegedly offered to her, right?
Right.
And you were upset about what you felt was a misleading of this witness based on the questions that were asked. Is that right?
Yes.
And Patrick had made reference to the fact that she was doing coloring and she was in the groups that were sitting there dealing with the clay, and that they felt that it was not, bluntly, any help.
Yes, and there's very minimal like family contact when the main treatment team is not there. So it's not abnormal that families wouldn't be getting like regular or like in-depth updates of what's going on. You're sort of supposed to wait until the treatment team comes back, whether it's on a Monday or in this case a Tuesday, since Monday was a holiday. That's the team who's going to be working with the patient. So most updates and communication with family and with providers aren't going to happen over the weekend either.
Now, one of the things that occurred, just for the background, is that your TikTok was observed by me, and I tried to reach out to you and couldn't find you.
That's correct.
And then I had a private investigator, Bob Jones, hunt you down, kind of, and ended up in front of your house.
No, Bob and I were sort of chuckling about that because he never ended up outside of my house, but the rest of it is all accurate. So he wasn't outside of my house.
And thank this woman, thank you, ma'am, for being a good sport. I'm sure she didn't imagine that her TikTok or reel would go viral and she would be asked to, come in by the defense. But thanks for taking it in the light. I mean, some people might react to finding out that the defense, put a private investigator out on them not so greatly. Now, Jen the Couch Fairy, I am aware that court did end early this afternoon. It seems as though there were maybe some technical difficulties. And that I've been scrolling TikTok to try to, or not TikTok, good Lord, X, to try to see what exactly is going on, why we had this wait. Now, all I'm seeing is that there are speculations of technical difficulties, but also there have been some interviews or, again, speculation. I haven't had a chance to look at all of the things clearly, that Reddington said that he might be ready to rest as soon as Thursday or tomorrow. Now, again, I haven't had a chance to properly process and digest this, but It could be tomorrow, apparently.
But the rest of that was true.
So he was able to locate you.
He was,
He was
yes.
able to talk to you,
He was, yes.
get your contact information.
Yes.
Provide that to me.
Yep.
And as a result of that, I reached out to you, and then you indicated that you initially somewhat reluctant, but then ultimately agreed to get involved and talk to the judge, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, the district attorney is objecting to your testimony, and I believe they're going to argue that the change from that 1 year period, when did you leave working there?
I want to say my last date was like December 18th. I since working there, you don't get a lot of holidays off. So out of all my time there, I said, I'm going to leave right before the holidays and be able to enjoy that. So I believe it was December 18th, but mid-December, 2021.
2021.
Yeah.
And when was Lindsay in there?
December 31st, right? She came in on New Year's Eve, what would that be? 2022, right? Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
So in your opinion, is there a change that is
Right.
significant in the staffing, in the nurse to patient ratio, in the safety issues, the crayons, the coloring and all of that? Is there any change from that 1 year that you left to the time that she was in there?
From the records I reviewed as well, those are exactly the same staffing ratios, and all of the groups are the same.
So there's no change whatsoever.
Not from what I can tell from what I reviewed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Kamal?
Good afternoon.
Hello.
So you are currently a social worker who does their own, a licensed independent clinical social worker, right? That's the license.
Title,
when
yeah.
you're saying
Yes.
that's really what you kind of go by.
Yes, I'm a social worker by trade, you could say, but I'm practicing as a therapist.
And you do that virtually?
Yes.
So you don't have a brick and mortar where clients come and engage in therapy with you, right?
No, rent is expensive, so right now I'm all virtual.
And you indicated that in your time at McLean Hospital that you first started as a...
Are these women trying to outsmack me? They're trying to outsmack each other. They're legitimately trying to hurt my soul. White. Okay, let's see. Are we back to Reddington?
For the entire weekend, have 5 less...
No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I think it's obvious that the witness has the educational background. She certainly has the experience, interestingly enough, of that very unit that Lindsay was on for that period of time. She's well aware of the staffing, indicated to you that the staffing ratio to patient, et cetera, has not changed according to the items that the government has brought here today. That at the time that she was there, it was on a weekend. She indicated about the weekend staffing, the holiday staffing. Indicated that they have these coloring programs and programs that Patrick was relating to, and indicates this coloring crew, if you will, in a sense, on that particular period of time in the holidays, which is very corroborative of what Patrick had indicated in his testimony. So. And I'm not looking to bring her in to.
But especially right here, right in the temple and the ear balls, is where the lip smacking, it's like lightning in my brain. It very much feels like a short circuit. And I wish to God, Lord, do you know how I wish I could tune this out? If it were a simple, mind over matter, tune it out. Don't you think that with the way it annoys me, I am not trying to? Do you think that, yes, my brain is a masochist, but do you think that I'm not internally fighting the inability to not notice? I mean, Thanks, Samantha. It's taken me a while to get comfortable with it. The very black and white part of my brain does not like missing any part of testimony because I want to know how the enemy thinks. But the realistic part of me realizes that, like I said, it, ha- yes, and it's not strong enough. I mean, I even tried the alcohol markers, but I don't think you're supposed to try to drink them. Honestly, making these characters up to poke absolute, abject mockery at the Commonwealth and crafting, wild buns and bows of discontent, is my bingo. Uh, so, that's why I'm totally I I will never ever make fun of anyone else's jam because you know what? The way I unwind and relax can be incredibly silly and ridiculous to anyone else looking from the outside, but it is a way for my mind to deal with stuff. So it is what it is.
Disparage McLean Hospital. They've done a good job of that themselves. I'm bringing her in to just have evidence as to what Patrick's testimony was relating to what his wife went through when she was in McLean to corroborate the fact as opposed to what was raised on direct exam with the government when they were questioning him about all of these wonderful programs that she apparently was not interested in participating in, which is very, very, I would argue, improper inference for the jury to consider.
All right. Kamal?
Runner,
Wah, 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 wah. Pretty much a summation of the Commonwealth.
This witness,
All right, Judge. Okay, Springer Donahue, come on.
Meyer, a couple other cases, I have to look at a number of factors. The first is prevention of surprise. Well, the Commonwealth has been aware of this issue for at least a week or so, so I'm not considering that. Evidence of bad faith, there's no bad faith I see from either side in naming this or calling this person at this time. There's the prejudice to the other party. I think there's just limited prejudice, if any, to the Commonwealth. However, though, the final two are the issues that I think are more relevant in this. One is the materiality of the testimony in this. And I find that there's limited materiality, that's hard to say, because mainly this witness hadn't worked there for a year. So there's at least a gap between when she worked there and when the relevant time period is here. There's also, I imagine, different personnel. They're working on different shifts. And so there's kind of limited value to that testimony. I also, I don't remember any five-star type inferences. In fact, so I'm not going to, that's going to be measured by the jury. But I didn't see any mentions that this was a five-star facility. And then also the concern is, or the factor is, the effectiveness of less severe sanctions. And I would find that the records that have been brought in pursuant to the subpoena in the last couple of days from McLean's talks about the staffing levels on holidays and not on holidays. So if there's a question of whether or not there was a quote unquote skeleton crew that was on.
He does, as much as I wish this judge would agree wholeheartedly with the defense, that's not his job. And he does have to he has to weigh the relevance and the points that he's making about the fact that, apparently they now have, subpoenas the actual effing medical record from McLean, dear Lord, uh, at least in regards to staffing and what was actually available on the unit during the time Lindsay Clancy was there. So while this particular witness can, uh, while this particular witness can opine about what she experienced was kind of standard operating procedure, it has been a year and there could have been changes. Or it had been a year since she was employed when Lindsay was, a patient there. So now that they have the records, if the defense needs to or wants to, I do I do think Kevin Reddington is a competent enough lawyer that he is going to be able to get subpoena a witness if he needs to get a particular witness from McLean Hospital in. Uh, it wouldn't be outside procedure or even standard operating business practice if this uh, if the files that were subpoenaed about the workforce and the availability of staffing are now in evidence, if he needs to call someone from McLean now, I don't think the Commonwealth will have any ground to stand on as far as, oh my God, we didn't get told in time or anything, because this is basically new information. So while I while I wish that the judge had ruled differently, he does make valid points that could be appellate issues or dings against the case in general. So he he does, and he does make some pretty good points. And while I wish he had ruled differently, I do understand it. And I think Kevin Reddington is a competent enough attorney that if he needs to get this information in, he has the ability to find a witness and present them to the judge and say, will the court allow this judge to opine about staffing then to clear any inference? Or can I now put in the staffing records and make mention of the fact that this is what the staffing reality was in my closing? So, yes, it is a missed opportunity, but Kevin Reddington is a competent enough attorney that he can make other opportunities with the information now available to him because of these files are now in.
On for those, at least the first 2 days of this time that Miss Clancy was there. That's reflected in the records. There also in the records here is a list of whatever programs were offered and also when they were offered. So if there's a question of less programs being offered on a holiday than during the week, those are contained in the records. So I'm going to deny the defendant's motion to call this witness, but I am going to allow the defendant, if the defendant wishes, to submit those McLean's records specifically regarding the staffing and the programs that are available, not just on that weekend, but for the week. And I think there's records in there for the week before, so there could be a comparison between what was available to Ms. Clancy during the week and what was available to her on a holiday weekend. So that's going to be my finding. I'll issue a written ruling on this, but I just kind of wanted to give the parties at least some idea, as well as the witness who's been here, I know, a couple of days. I just kind of wanted to thank her for that. So with that, we'll be in recess till 2:15. And we'll come back and resume the trial. Okay?
Thank you.
Court, all rise.
I know it's a technicality, nobody objects.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Okay. Now, I think yeah, we just
All rise, please. You're entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for purpose of the record, we'll return back to the file of criminal offenses, Lindsay, Clancy, all parties that including the 18-year-olds.
All right. Well, everyone, thank you for your patience. And I'm going to ask you for some more patience. All right. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, we're going to excuse you until tomorrow morning. All right. This is not something we saw coming, but you're not to speculate about what it is. You're not to hold it against either side. It's just something that we have to deal with. All right. And so I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow morning. I'm going to remind you, as I have every night for the last number of weeks, don't do any research about this case. Don't talk about it. Don't read anything. Don't watch anything about this case or similar cases. And with that, we'll bring you back here. We will deal what we have to deal with, and we'll get right back on track. We are still well within the timeline that I gave you regarding this case. But it's just something we can't control. So I'm going to excuse you till tomorrow with my thanks for your patience. And I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Thank you.
All rise, please.
All right. Everybody can be seated. Anything we need to address before tomorrow morning?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So we will be in recess till tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, you guys. Well, it looks that's where we end today. Thank you all so much for watching with me. I am sending you over to Recovery Addict. He is covering the Tupac Shakur case. I will see you guys in the morning. I think Shizzy is doing a stream tonight, but I am doing the family thing tonight. Also, candidly and transparently, we are having big storms that are going to be coming through my general location. And with my nerve issues, my body does not react well to storm fronts. And basically, this entire summer has been I want to say hissy fit from Mother Nature, with the most respect possible to Mother Nature, because she is, in fact, kicking my ass right now. That being said, I am giving you guys that heads up because we may not cover the full day tomorrow. We may just cover a couple witnesses. It will really depend. This is a marathon, not a sprint, and I am in the season of life and with my nerve issues where I have to be extra kind to my body. So hopefully I will not always be there, but that is the current reality of my life, despite the excessive and fabulous use of bows. So just a heads up for transparency, we might be going a little bit extra at our own pace for the next couple days. But that is that. I hope to see you guys tomorrow morning. 8 a.m. Eastern for Mornings with Mo, and then 11 a.m. Where we will kind of speed watch what we can at our what we can tomorrow of the case. And as you can tell, I am winding down. So give Recovery Attic all of the hypes and loves, and I will see you guys later. Bye, you guys.